Alright. Hello, audio looks good. Yeah. Say something, y'all.
Yeah, something, y'all.
Oh, you smart ass.
Go fuck yourself. What else do you expect me to do?
Better? He's supposed to be the smart one? Trust me, you don't want me to be the smart one. We've proven that.
Supposed to be the smart one is the youngest one here.
Yeah, you're the smart one. I'm the responsible one working the government job. Don't ask me about, like, actually caring for myself. That's a different set of responsibilities I'm not doing.
Here's the thing. The best way to prove that Case is not the smart one is that he's working a government job. He's willingly contributing to the worst part of living in America.
Yes, because running cameras when all the shit is going down so you all can get your special screen caps on the Twitters and the YouTubes to, like, say, look at how bad this, like, senator fucked up. That's definitely the worst part about my job, definitely.
It's not sitting there listening to old men debate whether or not people should have rights.
No, right now it's been whether or not we should just give teachers guns.
You shouldn't.
No, but they're still trying to fight it. But
do you know how many teachers would just snap and shoot a student?
Yes.
More than one. Don't give people in a stressful job guns.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, how's it going, y'all?
Pretty good. We have 3 viewers, and I'm pretty sure one of them is me.
And I'm pretty certain one of them is me. Yep.
To that one viewer who isn't us, we appreciate you. But I had something I wanted to mention, but I'm blanking on what it is. I just saw it on Twitter while I was posting the, like, stream notice. Right. It's completely irrelevant, doesn't matter to us, but this is so fucking funny. Jacksepticeye and Mr. Beast have beef with each other right now, because Jacksepticeye said that that Mr. Beast's videos are, like, all about just making money and not having fun. And that's caused an entire drama about it. Cause his line was like, if he was having fun with it, the videos would be longer. And then, like, this has just been going all around Twitter apparently for the past day. Good luck.
I had, like, a thunderstorm yesterday. I say thunderstorm. Lightning struck really close to my house, and I felt it.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Meanwhile, here I am vibing, paying no mind to Twitter and just trying to read fan fiction and shit.
Mm-hmm. I don't care either way. It's just funny. Two mega big YouTubers arguing about which of them ruined YouTube. The biggest, the former biggest YouTuber in Ireland, who would play pretty much entirely Let's Play videos, a Mr. Beast. And those two are having a beef over, it's whether or not it's about the fun or if it's about them ruining YouTube. And it's trying to think about both sides of that is so fucking funny. Because clearly one of them doesn't give a fuck, and then the other made, an entire, series of tweets defending themselves. Does not matter. Completely irrelevant. Funny as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what do you all get up to on the day off that we would normally stream on?
Yeah.
I went to church.
Nothing much.
Anything else besides Jesus?
Thunderstorm hit, lightning struck near my house. That not much, dude, not much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do things. Especially not on Saturdays.
Or Sundays, which is today.
Mm-hmm.
I played the F-Go event. That was... something I did find out.
Yeah?
So you know how I play Osu?
Yes.
I found out there's a badge you can get in Osu, which is just small achievements that don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
For not playing for 6 months and then coming back after 6 months.
Oh my god.
They really said go out and touch grass.
No, it says, we knew you'd come back.
That reminds me, what is it? The Stanley Parable has an achievement for don't play the game for 20 years. No, or a decade or something, then come back. Oh, I need to check which one.
I can't believe the Stanley Parable achievement hunters have to wait 10 years before they can get anything.
Yeah, don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, the new version. The old version was just 5 years.
So they upped the requirement.
Yeah, because there's more content now.
Yeah.
But... because what was it? There was a try to jump and get an achievement saying we didn't give you a jump button. Play the game for the entirety of a Tuesday.
Okay.
Literally an achievement you just straight up can't get.
What, playing it for the entirety of a Tuesday? So you wait until...
No, it says literally unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement.
You wait until the minute before it turns Tuesday. You the minute before it turns Tuesday, you turn the game on. Mm-hmm. You leave the game running for that full 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's a completely achievable thing. You just have to have the dedication to not close the game.
No, no, that's not. That's an achievable thing. I mean, one that literally just says you can't get this achievement. Fuck you. Because they would just straight up say, nah, fuck your Steam achievements, fuck the records. No one's getting this. You have to brick the code, reverse engineer the game, and then do bullshit to command line bullshit to give it to you.
Damn. I thought I was given a power,
Yeah.
but I wasn't.
Yeah.
I tried to time Case out of his own chat.
Abusing your role, I see. Let's fix that.
No, I was just like,
No,
There's no way
let's fix
to do
that.
it, right?
Let's fix that.
because... Case. I just wanted to see if I could.
Nah. Let's sit you out of your moderator sword. You don't need that right now. We haven't started the game. Yeah, you'll get it back eventually. Once I remember where I put it.
Case, I had the stream open in the moderator view. You lost a fucking viewer because of this.
Apparently we went up from 2 to 3, actually, so... No, we gained a viewer from kicking you out, so I clearly need to do it more often. Alright.
Hell, I don't even know how to open it in moderator view.
When you go to, like, the actual stream, like, twitch.tv/itscasecon, I think it is. If you see the sword right next to on the bottom of the chat box, it pulls up mod view.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Lots of stuff going on right there. But...
And I'm skipping the tutorial part.
Hey, so did I! But... here. Let's get back to this then. Last time, we saw... child abuse. Tried to solve the mystery in which we proved we're just as smart as everyone in this game. Because we thought of all the things they did.
Yeah.
Yep.
I already said child abuse, Oh yeah, the witch's letter. Saying,
Yep.
ooh, solve the riddle or you're gonna, like, lose everything you own. Ooh. Including your 401ks. That you're too rich to have actually paid into. But, alright. Let me finish this pizza roll and we can get started.
Mm-hmm.
The strange letter that the witch entrusted to Maria had wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria had been repeatedly barraged with questions by Auntie Rosa and the other parents, and was now in the worst of tempers because nobody would believe her. Even when we kids tried to talk, she would just ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up over the gold, firing back and forth about the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we children were even there. Even though I'd already figured out they had been talking about this in the shadows, I never thought they'd be this blunt about it. And at least to us kids, it was a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all of our parents wanted as much money as possible, as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance, back and forth about distributions of the gold if it was found, about advance payments and cash. It was so despicable I couldn't bear to watch, even though one of them was my dad. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats, although no one had asked us to leave, and we went to hang out somewhere apart from our parents.
I see.
Excuse you.
Thank you.
Now I really understand why grandfather didn't want to show his face during meals. I am so disillusioned with our parents now. The money, the inheritance, how could they act like that right out in the open?
Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with that old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him.
And you think I'm not? But even so, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the bottom of my heart.
Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. I could realize that from the depths of Jessica's shock. You are both minors and are still being brought up by your parents, so you might not understand, but getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. You're still minors, so I won't try to force you to understand right now. But still, I'd like you to realize that your parents are just trying their best in their own way.
Oh, great. George Aniki's gone all mature.
I know that you're a working. Hold on. Jeez, we just started and I'm already flubbing.
Don't worry, we never did warm-ups.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, we never
did
warm up.
warm-ups.
I know that you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but does that mean that when the conversation turns to money and assets and stuff, you're capable of turning into a shameless, greedy vulture like our dads?
If it would just be about me, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates and their families, are all counting on you, there are some times when you just must fight.
I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. It just makes me want to puke.
Hello, Malix. Thank you for the exercise. Come on, Soundwave, we're squatting.
Way ahead of you, bro.
Alright. How's it going with you, Mountain? Everything good? Everything good over in the Scotland? Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
Let's stop talking about this. All of this about grandfather's hidden gold, about property and inheritance, it's our parents' problem, not ours.
I agree. At the very least. I think that being considerate and staying out of the parents' way when they're talking is the duty of their children.
Where's the fun in that?
Ah, yes, the fun in inheritance disputes. Please, Jessica, if you're that sure it's going to be fun, why don't you go back in and start, like, putting in your own 2 cents? Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy, but we had now seen that for ourselves. That really did give us a shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I had already been disillusioned with my dad in the first place. So the shock wasn't that big for us, but it looked like it was different for Jessica. It looked like the shock that Jessica had received was even bigger than I had thought. This girl. She was always talking badly about her parents, but it looked like she hadn't changed at all on the inside since long ago. Even now, she was still a pure-hearted and delicate person who couldn't doubt others. Excuse me. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And that her parents started joining in with all the other parents right in front of us, children, going,
Money, money, inheritance, my money.
so it was
Money.
no
Money, 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 Mr. Krabs. Click, click, click. You feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Said not SpongeBob. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Patrick, when did you work here?
I shouldn't have taken that opportunity to try to buy a pizza roll. Now I have to wash out again. So it was no surprise that the shock of hearing that was so big. Jessica-chan, please don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them.
I get it. Just leave me alone a bit.
6 years ago, I would have further taunted the dejected Jessica, but even I had grown up over the past 6 years. I realized it would be better to leave Jessica as she was right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be left alone for now. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went.
She's probably still all huddled up on the floor in front of the portrait.
Maria, who truly looked up to witches, had expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would be an event that would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, had not taken Maria's story at face value, and had thoroughly bombarded her with questions. Even I didn't find it hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to either Maria or Jessica. In the end, George and Iki and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the dark night. I wonder what's happening with that typhoon. Maybe there's some news? George and Iki walked over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I couldn't really have cared less what the typhoon was on the sea now. So I didn't go over to the television, but instead loitered around the window.
The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear from the weather report that there was a severe storm warning.
Ah, curious-san. How's it going with the adults? Lots to talk about.
It looked like she had caught the sarcasm. Kyrie-san shrugged.
That stomachache of a discussion could continue all night. It's very tiring.
Well, all I can say is, I hope you enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property to your heart's content. It's disgusting.
I'll agree with you on that. If I could just slip away like you, I would do it. Unfortunately, I can't. Even if I'm not allowed to speak, it's not easy being a partner, you know.
Kyrie-san sighed, smiling bitterly. Well, yeah. They probably won't let Kyrie-san, who married into the family, speak. Still, as Dad's partner, she had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. Being in the line of fire, she must have been having to bear a far greater mental pressure than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I had spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being.
How's it look? Are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch, Beatrice?
More or less. They've been piling up secret agreements for some time, hoping for some kind of agreement between the four of them on the distribution of grandfather's inheritance after his death. And now some unknown fifth person has appeared to make things even more complicated. So there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation. One moment they're snarling at each other, the next they'll set up a common front. Natsuhi-ne-san's not the only one getting headaches.
On the one hand, they all wanted a larger portion than the other siblings, so they were all rivals. But on the other hand, they didn't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they were allies. I couldn't get her to tell me the details, but they were apparently arguing on and on about their ceasefire agreement and rules to prevent anyone from getting ahead. The situations under which their portions would be protected, and what legal measures would be taken in a worst-case scenario. By this point, my emotions had shot straight past disgust, and now I perceive them as a force to be reckoned with.
So basically, Beatrice is like a saboteur sent by grandfather. Probably wanted to scare the hell out of his kids for just talking about the distribution of the inheritance without him.
Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If she is who she says she is, then she's a mystery that no one knew about until today. And she also knows about the existence of grandfather's hidden gold. Furthermore, she was even entrusted with the head's ring. She must truly have been trusted by him.
Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom, but she's surely a person mysterious enough to merit being called a witch.
I just hope Maria-chan will go into more detail about that. Even though she's just a little girl, everyone has just been chewing her up over this. They really scared her, and now we can't even ask her things she might have answered. I wonder if those people have ever even read The North Wind and the Sun.
What is for certain is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. Entrusting Maria with a letter and hiding away even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. She sure is shy for a mysterious person. Huh.
Hey, Battler-kun. Do you think that someone called Beatrice actually exists?
Who knows? It's probably just a false name, right? She's like grandfather's representative, so she was permitted to take the name of the witch from his delusions.
No, that's not what I meant. Right now, there are a total of 18 people here on Rokkenjima. Do you think that there is a 19th person?
Are there really a whole 18 people on this island? Wondering that, I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out to 18 people. Yes! 1, 2, 3, 4, 18. Not gonna count the whole. So let's ask you, do you think there are... Well, Velvet always has an answer, has always seen chapter 1, so that's... Soundwave, do you think there is, like, 18 people on this island?
I'm sure there's a 19th person. It's not hard to hide a singular body on an island. That's way darker than I meant it to be, but it's quite thin.
So,
I mean, yeah, even the smaller islands can still hide someone somewheres.
okay, but the caveat then is this. Everything we've presented about the island so far, it's all forest wilderness, and the only bits that's been developed is the mansion, the mansion, the garden, the guest house, and the harbor. That's the only places, and they only cover, like, generous estimate, 10% of the island.
See, that's... I'm going to operate under the assumption that they haven't really explored the island too much. They probably only ever go to the developed parts. It's not hard to hide a shack in the woods.
Okay, so you're saying that, but the island was also developed, like, by their grandfather a long time ago, so anything that would be developed, he would know about. Because he's the one who took control of it from the military. So, you're saying, like, oh, there's a shack in the base. What I think instead, and I've been, like, gunning off this since I've been...
There's a lost type bunker.
Yeah, so, the way it was all described was basically just that he, like, finagled it away from them, but, like, you can't exactly just say, hey, I'm gonna get you an island, then, like, immediately back out without issues popping up. So I still think there is some, like, either, like, the foundations of, like, what was going to be like the start of a like either small military base or bunker or whatever, or there's like a leftover one that like that like wasn't finished but is there that someone could still live in.
Yep.
That was my thought process then instead, beyond just some random shack someone would need to build in the woods without getting caught.
I mean, and then you have your father who is like, there's a witch in the woods, don't go in there, you'll die.
Mm-hmm.
Kids listen to that.
Yeah.
And it leaves you with that superstition of, if I go into the woods, I'll die. So you just don't go in the woods.
So you're saying we're in agreement there's 19 people on the island then?
Yes. And one of them's living in the woods, either in a bunker or a shack.
Okay.
Do I think that a 19th... The fuck was that?
I don't know. You ate that number like it was a horse.
Do I think that there's a 19th person exists? You say, what exactly do you mean?
Oh, alright. Just what I said. It looks like the person who lent Maria that umbrella was not one of us 18. Therefore, isn't it reasonable to think that a 19th person exists? And that this was the person that who lent Maria that umbrella?
Well, yes, I suppose.
Then where exactly is this person now? At the very least, she must have been on this island when it started raining. And since that time, the weather has become progressively worse, so taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible. In that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere, and without being spotted by any of us.
That's the other thing. There is literally a typhoon going on outside right now.
Yes.
So she would have to be indoors, like, almost definitely. And still reasonable to say, like, if she just met Maria as it was starting to pour down, it's fair to assume she is there inside the, like, in the mansion or the guest rooms right now, hotel right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Certainly. All of us have been randomly prowling around over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person. Even so, this island is huge. There might be other places to hide from the rain outside the mansion and the guest house.
At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kirie-san's doubts were taking us in. Kirie-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought that someone we knew well was using her name.
If Beatrice really was as she described herself, this person would definitely be the most honored of guests, the most honored of confidants trusted by grandfather. There's no way that grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception. She surely would have been ushered into the mansion. However, we haven't seen anyone.
Wait a second. Isn't this line of reasoning a little too hasty? Yes, no one spotted them, but that doesn't mean you can deny the possibility that a 19th person exists, right? Oh.
Yeah, this is still you.
Well, you hadn't continued.
Yes,
If
I
this
did.
Beatrice-
I got that's like 4 different times I had to press the button to let it progress.
Maybe for some reason they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. It's what they call the devil's proof. It's easy to prove that something exists. If this Beatrice appears in front of all of us and says hi, then everything is resolved, but it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We're
just eating
God
words
damn
today.
I really should have warmed up properly. Anyways. Yes, Battler-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In the current situation, there's not enough information to either accept that a 19th person exists or deny it. But if you flip over the chessboard and think of it that way, we can nearly be sure that the existence of a 19th person is impossible.
Flip over the chessboard was one of Kirie-san's favorite phrases. I had also been influenced by those words and had used them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to figure out a move in chess or shogi, by flipping over the board and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that would give you the upper hand. Derived from this, it means if you think by putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
Okay,
Okay. Nope.
that was me. Let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on the island and remain hidden since then. They had some reason for this, yes. In that case, why did they then deliberately appear before Maria and hand her the letter?
It really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But they had appeared openly in front of Maria.
Well, wait, Maria even said it. Didn't she say that she had been made a messenger? Since Maria was the youngest and looked the most innocent.
Why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, they would be unable to ignore it. There was no need for them to carry it themselves and secretly hand it over.
That really does sound pretty wild. Weird.
In the first place, if Beatrice existed, and she wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan, and only gave us an indistinct impression of who she was. Contradiction? Contradiction. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? She appeared in front of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed, and yet she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. The contradiction between these. Keep it in mind and flip over the chessboard. In other words, the question is, why would a person want to give the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person?
This person wanted to hide. They wouldn't have made their presence known, and if they wanted to show themselves, they wouldn't have used the roundabout approach and trusting somebody with a letter, which means...
It's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18. That is why they are creating the illusion that there is someone outside of the 18. The powerful suggestion of a 19th person.
Okay, I see where she's going with this. And that's fair. But, alternatively, you could also use it as a 19th person, through making it appear like there is a 19th person, and making them think that there might not be, like, the whole, they can't prove she doesn't exist or she does, cause, infighting and discord among the actual 18 people that are known to exist.
It's all the mind games, man.
Mind games? Oh, Scoob, I don't know what we're doing here.
Rocky.
Actually doing this, though.
No, what I want to see is, Scooby-Doo and Columbo together. That is a story I want to see, but I have not found anything on, FFN or AO3. That is
an actual official crossover.
He is so fun. Cause all of his stories are you get shown exactly how the murder happens right when it's happening, And then it's trying to see, like, how is this man going to, like, either find some clues or to catch someone in a lie as they say it and, like, expose them right in front of them.
He turns around. One more thing,
Oh, yeah.
Scooby-Doo.
Just one more thing, sir.
Restaurant?
The only person who could profit from this would not be some 19th person in hiding. It would be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. If you turn over even a few of its premises, it will simply fall apart. But I think it is almost certainly correct.
This was quickly starting to sound pretty creepy. Who had lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter? All of the 18 had been ruled out, and yet Beatrice was hidden amongst those 18. What was the person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice?
All right. So if we go off of the theory that it's one of the 18,
Okay, yes, let's start with that.
we can rule out literally every single male.
Okay,
Because Maria would have clocked, that's a dude.
Yeah.
so that would cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That leaves 8 possible suspects if we are suspecting that is if there is only the 18. Counting Maria, because she has to actually see her Beatrice, that's 7 possible people.
And
We
we
can
take her mother out.
yeah,
of
we could
the-
take her mother
Yeah,
out
I was
too.
going to say she would instantly recognize her
Yeah.
mother.
So that leaves Jessica,
Jessica.
Natsuhi, Ava,
Yeah.
Kyrie, Shannon, and Chio. And we can discount Jessica because we know where her character is at all times because she's always with Battler and George.
Yeah. And, well, I guess, do we actually know what Canon sounds like? Because we could then add him into the running technically.
I can show you Kennan's voice and stuff. Actually,
Alright,
can
so-
I? I don't know if he hasn't had a line in a bit, so we'd have to scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so that's your theory. That leaves us down to 7 then. Do you think any other ways to like break that down further, or you just breaks it down to 6? Sorry, because we were discounting Jessica. Anything
Yeah.
else to like try to lower the possible threshold?
It would absolutely have to be someone she doesn't have constant contact with.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, that-
the yearly talking to.
That the problem with that is that's everyone here. The only person who
Yeah.
wasn't there yearly since they were born, pretty much, was Goda, and he's already discounted by your initial premise of him being a guy,
we could probably-
very visibly a guy with his like penis balls chin.
Yeah. We could probably take out the old lady too.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Chio, no amount of makeup is going to cover up those wrinkles.
Yep.
Okay, so that brings us down to 5.
Yes.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that brings us down to 4.
Yep.
So, anything else?
Yeah,
This is just your
this is
initial
just going
speculation.
off-
Okay.
This is going off of the theory that there's only these 18 people here. I would likely put it in the hands of Shannon,
Okay.
based off of her contact with Kinzo,
Okay.
Yeah.
and Kinzo being more likely to trust her than any of his children.
Yeah, versus Ava, and then Natsuhi being the partner of one of his sons.
Yep. And Kyrie is just too new.
Okay, so that's your current theory. Shannon is Beatrice. Under
Yeah,
the
although-
under the like caveat to like if there's only 18, it's Shannon.
Yeah.
If it,
However,
yeah,
it could be Kyrie, because it could be that Kinzo's had contact outside of the family, and that Kyrie snaked her way in.
so,
Because we do know that Kyrie's new to the family,
yeah.
relatively.
Okay. I think 6 years ago.
Yes.
So 6 years. So as long as Battler's been gone, so she's had 6 years to ingratiate herself.
Yes. So, really, it's between those two. Kyrie could be saying all of this to be like, think about it for a second.
Think,
could be
Mark,
to-
think.
Think, Battler, think. See, it could be this is her way of throwing the scent off of herself through Battler-kun,
Okay.
which would leave him to come to a conclusion. My conclusion is it's either her or Shannon. Her being because, Kyrie being because she's only been with the family for 6 years. So there's a possibility that she's known Kinzo longer than she's known Rudolph.
Okay.
And Shannon because she's been there for the last 10 years.
Roughly, give or take. I think that was the number they said, but I don't know if that was like 10 years of constant service or
It
since
might have
she
been
was
10 years of constant
either
service,
10 years
but
of
she's
constant
basically
service
been
or
there
since she was 10.
Yeah, it's she's just been there since she was a kid.
Yeah.
In short, yes.
I keep forgetting she's got the fucking Nero opening in her skirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, alright. Any
It's a good
other
thing that-
any other theories we want to discuss right now, or should we get back to reading?
Nope.
I got nothing.
Alright. Also remember, this is the easy mode mystery. I'm just reminding you right now. What will be
Yeah.
presented this entire episode is easy mode.
Yeah. Continuing on, I also suspected that it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated.
I'm being called. Give me a moment.
Alright. Run, bitch.
Alright.
Run, Forrest.
I'll try and continue. The contents of the message were extremely complicated, so it's hard to think that Maria-chan prepared it herself. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone.
Wait a sec. Maria's a 9-year-old kid. What on earth could make you suspect her of planning anything? And with who? What's this about the serious, too honest, and obedient character?
Yes, I also understand that what kind of person Maria-chan is. But I think that's exactly why it's possible. That girl's a dreamer, who looks up to and blindly accepts the existence of witches. So, if a person appeared in front of her and said they were the witch Beatrice, Maria-chan would be so happy that she would just swallow it up, I think.
So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard?
Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria?
On the topic of us being literally thinking the exact same thing as these characters.
Well, you can only figure out so much with what's given.
Yeah.
Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Asking her the details of that would be our best and closest key to solving the riddle. But that key has been obstinately closed up inside her heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, and barraged her with too many questions about who Beatrice actually was. Marie-chan probably won't open her heart to the adults now.
In the dim hall, in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing.
I'm back.
Hi. All
welcome
you
back.
missed was Kyrie suspected Maria of like being complicit in things, or or doing our exact line of logic of she was tricked by anyone wearing the dress that Beatrice wears.
Yep.
So once again, we're as smart as these people.
Yeah.
No one believes I met you. I showed them the letter you gave me, but they still won't believe. Anyway, Maria Chan's holding the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person.
Maria's stubborn, you know? That girl, when she gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better.
Battler-kun, I think there's a higher probability of a kid like you cheering her up than an adult like me. After she feels better, try asking her. I know you don't care about all this back and forth on the distribution of the inheritance. But don't you think this classic Western mansion mystery situation is exciting? Who in the world is this person who gave Maria-chan the letter? It makes my intellectual curiosity tingle.
Even while being made to sit through all those boring money talks, you can call this exciting? You really are tough. Adults are something else.
I shrugged, exasperated. But I had realized. She had noted the dejection I was feeling because I had overheard our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to turn my mood around. She had at least managed to make me feel good enough to hurl abuse. She wasn't my real mother, so I never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think, she's a real adult. Hey, brats. So this is where you were. Kyrie, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? From now on, I'll have to start wearing it too.
I'm sorry. A woman's makeup takes a long time. So, how has the discussion been without me?
Right.
Get fucked, man.
I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious.
Kyrie poked the weak spot under my arms with her elbow. We decided to take a break to cool our heads a little. It looks like it'll last all night. I could cry. His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self. Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't want to go back to the guest house. It looked like Natsuhise-san made preparations for us to spend the night here in the mansion. What'll we do?
We don't need to think about that till you're done, right? If you run out of enough energy to head back to our room, then we can let them take care of us.
You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Battler?
Yeah. If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. It'd be nice to go back over there. I'll be nice and go back over there.
Okay. Will you go back soon?
I don't know. It'd be lonely to head back by myself. I'll head back with the rest of the kids' group.
Yeah, that'd be good. So, Battler, you won't just be going to sleep that easily, right?
Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with my cousins. It feels like we might be up all night. Is there a problem with that?
Okay. If, when the adults' discussion is over, you are still awake, I want to have a little talk. As family. I think I heard someone bleeding in through his mic. Is Soundwave muted? Nope.
Soundwave was muted. My dad came in.
Ah, okay. But yeah,
My dad came in and dropped my legal name, so...
Oof, good thing I heard nothing.
it's your legal name, Oden Nobunga. How dare anyone know? Yeah, but y'all good? Everything good on your end, or?
Yeah. No, my dad just wanted to know if I tried a hot sauce.
Ah.
No.
Mhm.
What? That doesn't sound like you.
Apparently, Kyrie-san was thinking the same thing. What are you
What are
talking
you
about?
talking about?
She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kyrie-san didn't have a clue what Dad was talking about either. I want to talk to you about it as well. I'll tell you later, so don't ask now. Please. I don't think there's anyone who ignores their family as much as this old bastard. And this guy was talking... This was the guy that was asking us to have a talk as a family? Both Kyrie-san and I... That just auto-filled itself on his own. Couldn't help but get wide-eyed. Don't make that scared-looking face. I'm the one that should be scared. I mean... At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. I don't remember Dad being the kind of person to artificially drum up suspense.
You're freaking me out, Dad. You've got your family all here right now. Quit beating around the bush and spit it out.
I'm probably gonna get murdered tonight. There was a crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes.
Today on I fucking called it.
He's not dead yet. You haven't called shit. Right now you're saying that he thinks he's... You said he's going to die, and he says he thinks he's going to die. That doesn't necessarily mean the same thing. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself, and which always wore a taunting expression, was, for some reason I couldn't explain, strangely frail. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person.
What? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you.
I agree. What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you.
I'm going to go fix my makeup. Don't follow me. Dad turned away weakly. After that,
He's gonna go powder his nose.
yep, only Kyrie-san and I were left, still wide-eyed.
The hell was that? He's gonna get murdered tonight? You don't think that mysterious letter scared him? Hasn't he been watching too many serial murder movies?
Sorry, I'm now late. I was watching One Piece. Were you watching the live-action One Piece? Because that is very good, and I understand if you got distracted watching that instead of watching us. Yeah. I'm at, like... I just got to the Kokonomi Island, so I still need to finish it tonight after this, but... Yeah, no, that's
fair.
really good.
Like, you see what I mean when I said it before, right?
Yeah. Oh, live action, then the end. Oh, yeah. That's fair. Live action seems to be getting people convinced to watch it now.
Yeah.
My favorite thing was like watching it was like, wait, so this is how they introduced Sanji in the anime? What the hell?
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's such a stark contrast.
Yeah. So very different, but hey, they're still the same, basically. Yeah. Hope your day's going well,
Okay.
TKJ. Yeah, besides, like, all the One Piece. Did you read the whole on Soundwave, or?
Yes.
He did. Yes.
Oh,
I've been killing some drumsticks, so
Kiryu-san didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back. Even your parents are watching the live action. We'll turn them into weebs yet.
Yeah, honestly, I had a similar experience. I ended up watching most of the live action with my parents in the living room with me.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very least, my mom enjoyed the characters.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know if my parents are going to watch it yet, but they'll probably see it's like number one, then give it an episode a shot, but...
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only episode that my parents haven't seen is episode 1. But anyways, back to this. Battler-kun, when you told Rudolph-san to talk about it, he left without telling us anything. Even though he said that he had something to say to everyone, he didn't answer you. Why? Flip over the chess... I said that too fast. Why? Flip over the chessboard. And when you do...
can any of us do a Joker voice?
Batman. I'm the Joker.
I'm the
actually
Joker.
the Penguin.
No.
Yeah,
I'm actually the
penguin. That's
I'm
Skeletor.
Penguin doing the trash man.
I'm the trash
I'm
man.
the trash man.
All of us at the exact same moment had the
it's-
thought.
It's the same guy, so he should play the Penguin every time. I'm just saying.
I think he only played the Penguin once.
Yeah, I
He only
think it
played
was-
the Penguin once, but he should play the Penguin all the time.
He really should. Danny DeVito should get all the roles. Scratch that. There's one other person I'd also accept as a Penguin. Jack Black.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be fucking hilarious, actually.
Danny DeVito and Jack Black have the same brand of energy. I don't know how to describe it. They've got the same vibe going on, but like different ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
They're both chaotic good. However, they're also very good at playing like evil characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
All right.
There's the
Soundwave, your line.
There's a contradiction that he said he wanted to talk, but then couldn't. What can you see? What can you see anything by looking from Dad's perspective?
Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. So he actually means, in that case, chase after me, talk to me, and question it out of me. He also means the opposite when he says, don't follow me. He actually means, follow me and force me to answer. Honestly, what a spoiled little child.
What? Are you sure that the theory's okay? That's ridiculous.
Can great detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? They can't, right? Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in difficult crime cases. If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels.
Hey, see. Is that how it is?
I'll be with that spoiled little child. He normally loves to act tough, but tonight he's completely tired out from that heated discussion. He probably wants someone to lean on at the moment, and responding to that need is the duty of his partner.
Ah, sounds passionate. Now leave that old bastard in your hands.
Yes, leave it to me.
as
You're gonna
curious,
fuck nasty.
yeah. As Kiryu-san departed, I called out to her.
Huh? What?
I wanted to say thanks. Thanks to you, my gloomy mood is cleared up a lot.
That's good. Communication is important.
After answering with a wink, Kiryu-san followed after Dad. Alright. Scene change. We're going to do an ad break because we're about to hit that time, and I need to get more tea.
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
to refill my water.
Alright. We will be back in, like, 2 minutes.
Yeah,
See you then.
give or take.
Yeah, hopefully. See you on the other side. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, now the ads are starting.
Okay, good.
I'm on my way out.
Let's do this. Oh, of course you come in. Yeah, I can't hold. Don't care. God damn it. Uh, yeah. You nosy brat of a cat.
Alright, the ads are over. We are back.
Yep.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, welcome back.
New scene. Alright, with Natsuhi. Okay. Soundwave, you back?
He's still muted, so probably not.
Soundwave, Oden Nobunga. We're waiting for you. Whoa, get back here. Don't make me start making a voodoo doll while we're waiting. I've got plenty of plush material downstairs I could use to make one.
Well, do you have something of his to strengthen the bond?
That's the problem with sympathetic magic. I need something of his to actually make a connection.
Yeah.
And the closest I've done is, like, I've sent him shit, like, what was it, Irani Yo 15, the Hololive Indonesia art girl.
Oh,
Her,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
one of her things of merch was, like, a jacket that we both liked that I had to buy for him to, like, send his way for
Yeah.
shipping stuff. So, hypothetically, I could probably use that connection between mine and his because they were bought together and sent that way in some, like, indirect chain, because he's also worn that a lot, apparently.
What?
That's, like, a bit of a jump with a leap if I was trying to make a sympathetic magic connection, like voodoo doll you would when I don't have something of yours.
Are you talking about my jacket?
Yes, I'm talking about the
Yes.
jackets.
Up until I started eating, I was like, I'm gonna wear this jacket. And I started eating, and was like, oh shit, this has like bits that get stuck in my fingers.
Okay, so if it would have worked, then I could have made a voodoo doll that worked out of that if you didn't come back in time. I shouldn't know this much stupid logic about how magic works and the occult.
Magic
I
don't work.
mean-
It's not real.
Even if you don't think it works, even if you don't believe in it, you can still, like, learn their thought process on how A equals B and that logic processes. Because it's basically like their version of the scientific method, even if you don't believe it and it doesn't prove any consistent results. Since they have faith in it, that learning how a person thinks using those like altered or like different like thought processes and logic structures, it does help like understand stuff better.
Yeah.
Also, it helps you make better fake characters. Beyond just, I don't know what magic is, and then like...
Yes, yeah, I was gonna point out that, you know, you're a casual fan of the Nasuverse. Of course, you're gonna learn a lot of occult shit.
I had to learn that, like, was the way that, like, Rin and Luvia do their gemcraft magic, it's basically just runes combined with humor theory, because they have to combine their blood with it to make the gems process work.
Mm-hmm.
Does gem magecraft just make a person hot, or is it just Rin and Luvia?
It's just Rin and Luvia, they're just built different.
They just built different? Gotcha.
Because when you consider... Fuck, what's his name? Rin's dad, whatever his name, would you consider him hot?
Tokiomi.
Tokiomi.
Absolutely. What the fuck are you talking?
Okay. That's 3 for 3. We don't have any, like, outside of conversation of it, because...
I mean, Luvia I believe, has a twin.
Yes, the whole point of the
I'm sure
Edelfelts is that, like, their gimmick is they are allowed to have twins and share their shit.
I'm sure her twin's hot, too.
Though it was in one, I think in the Apocrypha timeline, Luvia's sister is Sakura, and they're both professional wrestlers.
Oh yeah, Sakura gets adopted by the Edelfelts. She still has a twin.
Mm-hmm. Okay, would you consider Yvette?
Saying.
Yvette from...
Just saying.
Right,
go ahead.
Yvette Lerman from Case Files and Waivers class, would you consider her hot then?
Is she the one with the gem eye?
Yeah, the one with the gem eye.
You can't ask me these questions.
I can't
man.
ask you. You're the one who wanted to
You can't ask
know.
me these questions, man.
I answer the question.
Yes. The answer is yes, but I'm pretty sure she's 16.
She's also not real, and also probably not your type.
Oh, 100% not my type. I'm just saying, there's got to be some kind of correlation between people who use gem magecraft and being pretty.
Or, you know, that's just how the designers feel about drawing shit.
Because Luvia's very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
And exactly my type.
What, will beat the shit out of you, or the wrestling type?
You can't ask me these questions, man.
I can absolutely ask you these questions. I'm the one in control of the visual novel.
She's somewhat kind. She's very caring. She could absolutely wreck my shit.
Alright. Any other questions we want to force out of Soundwave like it's like we're pulling teeth, or are we good?
I think we're good.
You sure you don't have any more? Because I've got 2 out of him. I'm sure we can get more.
Nah.
Alright.
Alright, before we continue, at Ace, you literally can't answer this question because you are not this type of person. Cartoon crush.
Like
At the
cartoon,
moment-
or like including like anime shit?
Yeah, including anime.
Yeah.
Okay, so my default answer would be Altera, because I've committed to like making her like all-powerful like Death Star laser robot.
Yeah, and personally, my current default is Sanji.
Okay, so if we're going not counting like fate or anime stuff like that, because I'd count like first crush I had as a kid on a cartoon character was Tomoyo Daidoji from Cardcaptor Sakura. The chick who made all the like outfits for that magical girl show.
Yeah, I'm familiar with her.
I'm saying it for Simon because I don't think he watched it.
No, because magical good anime is boring as shit.
Right.
That's why I felt like elaborating for you. But that was
It's the same reason I can't watch like Common Rider type stuff.
Okay, I'll say a lot, but like, how the fuck do you find?
No, how do you
of-
find Common Rider boring?
Yeah, like it cannot be a cup of tea. That's totally fine. It's literally half of it is spectacle over the top bullshit.
Yeah, especially the more recent, like, series. Admittedly, some are.
Like what bit of that is like? Do you not like the over the top spectacle of it, or?
I didn't like Power Rangers as a kid. And that was mostly over the top spectacle as well. I think it's just like when I see that, my brain turns off and I'm not able to enjoy it. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there having watched all of the original Ben 10 and thought, that shit's great.
It started when an alien decided what it did. That first song is still like the best.
I also watched all of Teen Titans.
Oh, we got a redeem thing. You and your friends say this is from YouTube short thumbnail. The cosmetics. The evidence. Frankie's COVID. Every time. Not that GameCube gifts location, guys. Seatbelt and Asylum insane. The Blast Leak introduction events. It dies. Relationship chance. Fun time. The recipient. A business walking. Pay it off. Uno content. We're homies. If you could, your Bugatti. Aliens cart. This stream for him like comedian. Slightly South Parade against you here. Facebook. Your Valorant. 11. Tasteful rotation. Am I having a stroke? What the fuck?
I'm wondering that too. I was like trying to puzzle out for the past couple of minutes.
I was reading that. I was like, there's no way those words are stringed together.
Is this like some
like
Russian sleeper agent activation code?
The cosmetics, the evidence. Auto-generated YouTube short thumbnail.
Why?
Why?
I feel like just reading that out is gonna like trigger some like sleeper agent watching, like one of the 5 people watching the stream to be like a sleeper agent and start divulging Russian, like the Ukrainian assets to Russia. I don't have any viewers from Ukraine, right? Let me quickly check. Read. Where's my analytics?
Oh, goddamn. It goes for longer, TK.
I'm sorry, that goes for longer? What do you mean it goes for longer? I'm scared now. Please send it to me. I'm very concerned. Hold on. My bonus game ship, when you press the button, this is just showing me the channel for... I've seen this guy before. Would you rather water or air? Where is this auto-generated? What? I'm scrolling down for this guy's channel. Oh, this is thumbnail stuff. This is literally... the thumbnails for this guy's channel. Let me switch...
Wild.
Let me change windows so you all...
Oh, it's this dude!
It's this dude! Love this guy! Great content. Is this where you really... That's why you meant by it keeps going off.
Oh.
And this streams for him, like, comedian Slightly South Parade against you, Facebook, your Valorant. 211 tasteful rotation that set ask sale. It's based escape in, you could argue. I am actually having a stroke trying to read that again. How did you even notice that in the first place to think, yeah, let's have someone read that off? Was it just passing by, like scrolling through his YouTube channel? What? Okay. He made a short about that's why. Okay. That would do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to shake off the stroke and keep reading the dialogue.
Yeah. We'll just mark this as complete.
I'm smacking
I'm
myself
way
awake.
ahead
Ow. Natsuhi could be found in the dimly lit hallway. Now and then, the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsuhi's expression. Her expression was completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, the headship and all the assets of the Ushiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to... my bit! Oh, thank you, TKJ! I forgot bits were a thing. Money. Thanks for the 5 cents. I appreciate it. Enjoy your badge.
5 bits is not 5 cents.
A bit is 1 cent. That's how much we get.
Oh.
There's like some overhead for like paying Amazon for it and shit. But what the streamer actually gets is it's basically the closest thing to a 1-to-1 donation Twitch allows through you.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you set up Streamlabs.
Yeah. But yeah, enjoy that badge. Yeah. In other words, she planned to undermine the apps undermine. Undermine.
Undermine.
Undermine. Oh. Put your knife on the Rhine. I don't know where that accent is coming from, but this is what we are doing now. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee the Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. What the
Arrivederci.
Is that what is that accent?
Yeah, no, like, it sounds like trying to be simultaneously Jamaican and Italian at the same goddamn time.
Jamtalian? I don't know. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to succeed the head. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept Beatrice's proposal. I almost have enough again for another say this way. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what's coming up next then.
Oh boy.
Truly.
Even without playing a clumsy detective game, she knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. This message was employing a fictional character called Beatrice as a messenger. It might as well have been written by Kinzo's own handwriting. The proof was that Kinzo remained stubbornly neutral as to the letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that this letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared. And someone, probably Shannon, so we agree it's probably Shannon,
Yep.
would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella.
Although, it would be hilarious if it was like Goda or Genji, like, small child. Small child.
Small child, it is a letter from me, Beatrice the Witch of Gold. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that was why you could be certain that Kinzo was behind all of this. In that case, it was just as if Kinzo had butted in on the siblings' private discussion. And, by announcing that he would give everything to the person who could solve the riddle, Kinzo had weakened Kratos' overwhelming advantage.
So we kill the old man, and we go back to the original agreement.
But what if his will says that we can't and we have to follow, like, the letter of what was said in the letter and solve the riddle before the time limit?
Do you see a lawyer? We could just rewrite it.
I mean, after all, this island is completely isolated, after all.
Okay, but do you know
You
where
said
he...
after all twice.
Okay, but that relies on
Hey,
the
but
caveat that we find his will before, like, the storm clears up and correct it before then.
It's almost assuredly up in his study. Put down the knife, Ava. Ava,
Again,
put down
I'd
the
rather
knife.
make it look like an accident, darling.
Yeah, but you're threatening me with the knife. That's not gonna make it look like an accident. It's gonna make it look like you murdered me.
I don't know, you could trip and bang your head on a knife while, like, trying to butter your toast going down the stairs or something.
I have soft, supple hands. I've never touched a knife in my life.
I don't think that's something you should be bragging about.
It's something that Natsuki used to brag about.
Oh, yes.
So you're admitting you
after all,
don't
she
get it up
wasn't born with
anymore.
that silver spoon.
I'm 49. It hasn't worked in years.
Man, that does sound like a you problem.
And we don't have Viagra on the island.
Well, that's what you think. Who knows what Kinzo's got up in that study of his?
Absinthe. Absinthe, and I'm assuming cocaine. Well, not cocaine. But yes, it's cocaine.
Huh.
Although you didn't hear
Interesting.
that from me, because I am his doctor.
Now it was certain. Kinzo had listened in on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. So he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into the balance, he had sent out this strange letter which benefited the other three. Ava and Rudolph had dragged Rosa in, who had a weak position amongst the siblings because of her age. I can't, after reading it myself, and I'm having a hard time reading and typing what he's putting. How bad is what you're putting in? If you're having trouble reading it while typing it. I'm very concerned now. Oh, the Johnny Razor one. Oh, okay. And they were once again trying to overwhelm Kraus's 3-on-1 and push through their crazy reasoning. And so they'd resumed what they had once been a nearly decided conflict and were repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large sum of money. Talk about the advance payment, which had been denied once already, was being brought up again, under the terms that all the siblings would guarantee Kraus the succession to the head of the family. Of course, even without the story about hidden gold, the Ushiromiya's family's store of wealth was vast. That's like I'm getting pinged by Duolingo. What's going on?
You haven't taken your Japanese lessons today.
No, I haven't taken my Japanese or my Indonesian. Can you please stop nagging me? I will get
I was
to...
going to start taking Indonesian lessons.
Yeah. It does seem... I see what you meant by like the comment you made a bit ago about it being a lot more straightforward and easier to learn than...
It's... So they use the same letters as us. It's just a matter of learning how to pronounce the letters.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, I can take a guess at most of them. But, like, some of them, they're like, they got a weird, like, C and a weird J.
Where the hell is my, like, maintain my streak thing? Beyond, like, the... What is it? Streak... There should be, like, a streak freeze somewhere in a store. No, I don't want to... I don't want to do the lesson now.
But also, their grammar is quite a bit simpler than other similar languages.
Yeah.
Like Tagalog.
Yeah, I've also got Tagalog, like a free lesson thing pulled up as well to like start learning through. And I'll say at least this for Tagalog, it's you can entirely just go off of like reading everything straight because everything's pronounced the same. So it's a lot more forgiving.
Yeah, I also have people that could just teach me Tagalog.
There's the
know
shop.
a lot
Get
of
this.
Filipinos.
Okay, streak freeze is enabled. Stop nagging me, bird. I will get to it tomorrow. God. Can't take it easy either, because I live out in the woods, so the bird could actually find me. I need 20 more. Oh boy, it's encroaching. Oh no.
You just get a message. Oh my wabo. Shinderu.
Learn how to beg for your life in Indonesian. I love the like murderous Duolingo like bird like character people have made up. It's so
I like how they leaned into it.
They got into beef with what was it? Cult of the Lamb?
Oh yeah.
Of all things, just like we're gonna have some fucking problems. Like pull out knife and just back and forth, back and forth.
Until there was that fan art of the Duolingo owl and the lamb kissing each other.
Of course there was.
Yeah.
Even that is Yuri.
Just that store was worth more than enough by itself. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever, along with Kinzo's death, there would be enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they had no interest in the gold itself, there would be the lifelong fear that, on the off chance someone had found the gold, that person would be granted the position of family head. And this kind of Achilles' heels would definitely be taken advantage of by someone, sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor to the head, Kraus. The other siblings had found. No, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose. And they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Kraus's only ally in his painful position, and as his wife, had believed she was fighting alongside him. She kept trying to point out to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi, he had always told all the siblings. He had always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than a fiction created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi believed that, as his wife, and on the foundation that she had supported her husband. Yet her words would not reach him. Even though she was fighting so hard and lending all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other 3 siblings. Wondering why she could not be of use to him, Natsuhi felt sorrow, shame, and then anger. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she asked why she could not be useful to him. He had told her that he wanted to talk about something and had invited her into one of his private rooms, which she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it gave her an uncomfortable feeling.
This is where I keep the bodies of my previous wives.
There's no reason for you to worry about what those 3, or even this suspicious person who calls themselves Beatrice says. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by father. There's no way something like that could be found. It is set in stone that you will be the successor to the family. What are you afraid of?
Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter.
Enter.
What is this?
Back to shuffling around some tea bags.
There's something I want to show you. I've never shown it to you before.
This is my penis.
This is my cock and balls.
Then how do we conceive Jessica?
You see, when it was dark,
Through a bedsheet in the dark. We're Catholic.
I was about to make the same joke, like the hole in the bed sheet and the picture of Jesus.
Oh my god.
We've got to stop having the exact same jokes. I can't steal them from you if they're the same.
Dude, I stole that from Click.
Really? Because I stole that from, what was it, Yahtzee Crochet on Zero Punctuation. Oh, we're
I've
doing
watched a lot of
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of Adam Sandler movies and no zero punctuation.
I think you'd like a lot of some of his humor because but yeah.
Probably.
I
but, like,
like it a lot. And if
already-
we like a lot of the same things, you'd probably like it too.
Yeah. We literally have some of the same like our YouTube recommended pages look the exact same.
We're like Boo and Mocha, but we're not twin.
We also hate each other. There's
Like we're actually gonna kill each other if we meet in person.
gonna be a fist fight. I'll win, but it'll be a fair fist fight.
You'll win, but I'll make sure to bring you down with me after I pull out the secret knife.
After he pulls out the Glock 17.
And I'm guessing the knife fight at Denny is reserved only for Tivo and Malix.
Oh right, yeah, no, never mind. If we ever meet up at a Denny's, that's when we're just like one of us is not walking away from there. I legally just can't go to a Denny's anymore. I've threatened too many people. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and closed the door before making any attempt to turn on the lights. The two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark.
What are you doing? The lights.
I'm turning it on now. Wait.
True to his word, Kraus pushed a switch on the wall and a flickering light turned on and lit up the room.
What is this?
Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small, round table had been set. And the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. Laid out on top of that table was a red tablecloth of an elaborate design, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsuhi's breath away.
It was a grown man's arm. It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed the legend of the gold.
It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified golden glint.
This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whatever it was cast inside or outside of the country. Whether, that's the word that I was looking for.
It takes a high level of skill in order to make the purest solid gold ingots. And in order to verify that purity, it is standard to have the original foundry and name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry.
Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold.
Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot.
And then Kraus grabbed the back of her head and just slammed it. Multiple times. Right there.
Right there, that's where I'm going to put your head. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was a thin print of the one-winged eagle's crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again.
That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Dad said he received from the witch. That the president of the Maruso witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it before the other siblings could.
So we know the gold exists now.
Yes. Well, we knew the gold existed before because this is a game. But this is more confirmation.
Yeah,
to
this is like
the
this is confirmation
audience.
to the audience. Like, this wasn't just a tale being told up by Kinzo. Because what was it? I think people said earlier that like it was just like a tale that he used to like swindle people with like a fake something or whatever.
Yeah.
So we know that's true. He got the gold from somewhere, and that's the problem. You don't just get gold of that purity from anywhere, especially not just more than one ingot.
Especially not the amount that's in Fort Knox.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, adds the mystery grows on where he got it. Ooh. Yeah.
Wavy arms.
How'd you know that's what I was doing?
Because that's the motion you make when you make that noise. Everyone knows this.
I mean, what other motion you would make with your arms if you're making that sound? Right. How could then the legend of Father's Gold is?
It actually exists. The gold that that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists.
How could it really exist?
Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication. So she had believed it as his wife. However, the reality was different. He had held definitive proof and had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he had failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought, as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which was why she had been so selflessly supporting him. And yet, he had hidden this fact from her until today. Why?
Have I been so undeserving of your trust?
I didn't mean it like that. It was only that there was no need to mention it.
Is that all a wife means to you?
Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits.
You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I have been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into. I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return, I get this? How could you?
Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi.
I don't think I can be of any use to you anymore.
And that is fine. I can resolve problems between the siblings by myself. I don't need your help.
Man, you're a fucking dick.
Slam.
That's wrong. This is Ushiromiya's family's problem. It's true I'm not permitted. I am not permitted to have family crest imprinted on my body.
Oh, wait, no, robots might be back.
God
Balls.
damn it.
Hold up.
I'm hoping it passes soon.
One second. Try again.
Okay. Pardon.
It sounds like it passed.
I hope so.
Alright.
Once more. That's wrong. This is the Ushiromiya's family's problem. It's true that I am not permitted to have the family crest imprinted on my body, but I am still your wife. Even so, are you saying I'm not qualified to help you? Are you?
I deliberately chose not to involve you out of consideration for you. Let's not talk any further. It will likely worsen your headaches. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all. Pushes her down the stairs.
That is a lot of motive we're getting from everyone's side.
Yeah.
A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. On the other hand, by standing here alone in a dimly lit corridor, her head filled with the sounds of rain. The robots say that's wrong. Oh god, what's it?
Oh.
Okay, no, that actually might be a soundbite I could use. The robotic that's wrong. That's wrong. If it records properly on the VOD, I could actually probably extract that.
That's wrong.
That's wrong. Oh! Guess what time it is? I guess it's time. We got another Say Redeem coming up then. Okay. What do you got cooking for us, TKJ?
You can
Hit
also
us.
ask for it in a character voice.
That's also true. Well, you'll probably get more of a character voice out of them than me, because mine is just slightly deeper for Rudolph,
Honestly,
or
same, but
or just like-
if anything, Soundwave
like cutting-
is probably the
yeah.
best bet.
yeah, or just cutting out like all my low end to do George. And I say that like because I'm trying to force myself to speak into my mouth entirely. You want in Okay, this is you, Soundwave. This is you in Kraus.
And I think from Walmart family politician, wasn't I got really happy, be perfect, climax of subtitles, teaching got me like this. Botch was information creator's taste, actually, Elizabeth. You have I wouldn't rings, I smiled at. God damn it. At recent.
You alright?
1 second.
Breathe, man.
At Reese's video, you gonna Bojangles, the argument video I shit. have a exactly cheese. What to my fans they're mainly slightly a stretch. Some even by the way chair, turning 18 for 5 original actors, where this whole thing started. Holy shit! Because we did dream.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna Bojangles that argument. That's actually a good. Let's get rid of that.
Yep.
Go fuck yourself, bot. Go fuck yourself.
Yep.
Bye bye.
I think you found a new thing to add to the banned phrases.
Which one? I didn't actually read that whole message. I just stopped, like after the first 3 words.
Yeah. Oh, it's just offering chatbots.
I will think about how to actually set up auto mod stuff like that later. Until then, yeah. Let's complete all whispers. Alright.
Jeez, I thought it was someone that's actually contributing to the stream.
Yeah, I hope so too. I saw the whole new chat box going on. I'm like, oh, someone new! Oh, Baroth!
Oh man, I can't believe Nazi had the same inner monologue as Hitler.
I may have been Nazi, but I was not Ushiromi a Nazi. Oh boy! Ah!
I leaned so far back from my mic, my back popped.
That spinal realignment.
No, I was sitting down for too long earlier. It was actually nice. I've been needing that to happen all day.
Gonna Bojangles.
Oh my god.
Thank you, CK. I'm gonna Bojangles. I don't know why I say I'm gonna Bojangles you. It's gonna sound so threatening.
I can't believe that was Recess that got me.
Of all things, reset.
Oh no, it was like speaking in YouTube poop.
Wasn't I got really happy? Be perfect. Climax of Sunmouth. Teaching got me like this botch was information. Creator's taste actually. Elizabeth, you have to. I wouldn't rings. I smile. At recess video. Gonna Bojangles that argument as fruit. almost sentence cutting sort of YouTube poop shit.
Yeah. I can't imagine anyone could ever deliver that completely straight. Not the first time.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, like, you probably at the first time read thing, but... Okay, I may have been Natsuhi, but I was not Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Denigrated as being a sorry excuse for a wife. Verbally abused for not even being able to take care of that. Even so, I tried to properly perform the duties of a wife, but have been rejected even by my husband. I did my best raising my daughter as though it was the last job left to me. However, my anger and sadness, having no place to go, caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, I am thoroughly disliked by her. Jessica despises me for not being interested in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. No. That's no good. Even so, I must help my husband dislodge the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to about the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor who everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. Then, in the years to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will certainly continually be plotting to find some fault with the main family. Oh, what's this? That's not how you pronounce Dominoes! What? The video TKJ links like Domino's. How to say Domino's. I'm going to order Domino's. Like the pizza place.
Is this like a person from America ordering it, or?
This man's got way too many like extra like lines in his name to be from America.
Ah. Because it is Domino's. That's not a regional thing. It's just Domino's.
I know.
Yeah.
Is this guy just like a joke? Is this a joke? Oh, okay. No, that is a joke. Because the next one is like how to pronounce the Lenny face. Yeah. Okay. And this also just sounds like trying to pronounce pizza like it sounds all right, but it's just like him being like lazy and like half awake, like pizza. Like he's half awake and half drunk at the same time. But
We're approaching hour 2.
yes, we are. We should probably actually get back to Sorry, I got very thrown by that whole, like, bad dominoes pronunciation.
Gonna bojangles you.
So if all
And
goes
yes,
as
you're free to use that as a soundbite.
So if all that goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from Succession, with George in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. If you compare him to Jessica, who was right in the middle of her rebellious period, and whose grades are below average, you can see at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want her to find an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. Excuse me. A wonderful person who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all life's joys and sorrows. Was that Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry the Ushiromiya family, because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten that and had actively attended to the life she had been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi. And this was the new life she had built. But it felt like just now, all of that had been casually rejected.
How should I think as I live my life? I don't know.
Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, cooled by the raindrops beating against it, was somehow refreshing, and even though it had no emotions, right then, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. Alright, I'll see. What's this last video then? How to pronounce clickbait. I don't know what I was expecting for that, but you know, yeah, sure, that would be the best way for that channel to work that. Okay. Yeah, that... You know, if you have to actually look up how to pronounce clickbait and go to a 1-second YouTube video, that is entirely your fault for getting that response. Alright, back to this, because I think we're running up slowly on another ad break, so I want to get a bit further.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the recommends, TKJ. I'm just also wanting to speed up, get back into this before we completely derail again.
Yeah.
We're not on like a full derail yet, because I haven't gone off to like, instead of playing the game, tier list Scooby-Doo like that one time, but... Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God, that was just going up instead.
Yeah.
Even if someone showed up there and saw her like this, Natsuhi... Stop touching the mouse wheel when I'm touching the mouse. Natsuhi had no intention of caring in the least. But she found herself caring because it was for her beloved daughter.
Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing here? I thought you were a ghost.
Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, they did so only weakly, and she was able to prevent them from escaping her lips.
Jessica, I'm sorry. Your mother has an awful headache. Please, leave me be. Oh.
Jessica was more than slightly disconcerted by this first ever sight of her feebleness from her... Fuck! Oh.
Want to try that again?
No. Fuck you. Jessica was more than slightly disconcerted by this first ever sight of feebleness from her mother. Until now, she had been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, not the slightest bit of that feeling remained. All of it had been wiped out by her mother's completely exhausted face. In its place, the words that George had told her floated back up in her mind. The parents are doing their best, in their own way. They're supporting their family so they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Couldn't her mother have been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that? Jessica didn't like her mother, so she had no instinct to give her mother words of kindness just because she looked a little frail. Therefore, oh god, you're spending your own points to redeem again. Okay. Oh god, I gotta do the right voice for that.
I'll write that copy pasta.
It's my favorite copy pasta.
All a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. 4 ruffians break into my house. What the devil? As I grab my powdered wig and Kentucky rifle, blow a golf ball's asshole to the first man. He's dead on the spot. Draw my pistol at the second man, miss him entirely because of smoothbore, and nails the neighbor's dog. I have to resort to the cannon mounted on the top of the stairs, loaded with grape shot. Tally ho, lads! As grape shot shreds the 2 men in the front to bits. Something, something. Last man standing has to get stabbed with a bayonet.
Yeah. The grape shot. The grape shot shreds the 2 men in the blast. The sound and extra shrapnel shuts off car alarms. Fix bayonet and charge the last terrified rapscallion.
Right, it sets off car alarms.
Waiting on the police to arrive, since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the founding fathers intended.
I'm positive that's fake, though. You can absolutely sew up like triangular wounds. It's just a bitch.
Yeah, sew up outside of a hospital? Impossible. You have to take into consideration the reason you're able to stitch up so cleanly like a regular blade wound is because it's one-sided. If you have a triangle, you're having 3 different blades basically go into you.
How the Car Pope was chosen. Did you know about the Catholic Church? The Car Pope.
Oh my gosh.
The last Car Pope had his wheeliness had to canonize the latest saint, Joan of Park. Or, fuck, I can't think of a better thing for that. Fuck. But I'm gonna get distracted if I keep going over that.
Yeah.
Therefore, in order to give those words regardless, she had to clench both of her fists and wrench the words out from the depths of her heart.
It looks like you really have your hands full with that discussion. It has nothing to do with you. Please, go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please, leave me by myself.
Natsuhi was not being cold to her. She just wanted to get her daughter far away from her so that she could avoid subjecting her to her short temper.
See, Natsuhi, well, not Natsuhi,
Jessica?
Jessica's parents aren't, abusive. They're just emotionally distant.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just as bad, but in, like, the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there was no chance her intentions would reach Jessica.
Okay.
Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Looking at that expression, Natsuhi realized that Jessica was trying to muster up the strength to be kind to her mother. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings.
Then I'll leave. I'll be with the other cousins, so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you. Wait.
She called to Jessica, about to make her desolate exit, to a stop.
What? Thank you for being considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone. Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck.
Dad will beat you in the head with a baseball bat.
I apologize for worrying you. I'm all right now. I will go.
Staying here any longer with such a feeble expression would actually make her daughter feel more uncomfortable. Thinking this, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, it was Jessica who called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped, turned around, and asked what she wanted. But Jessica herself didn't know why she had stopped her mother, and for a while, she muttered to herself, with a slightly forced smile as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out.
Hey, Mom. I, was given a charm today. What was it? A charm against magic? I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to hang it from your doorknob, was it? I forget. There's no reason for me to have it, so I'm giving it to you.
It was a scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach that day. Although she had heard of its various effects from Maria, right now Jessica's mind was blank, and it was all she could do to even say that much. Thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept the charm anyway, Jessica had immediately drawn back the hand offering it to her. So when Natsuhi came back and took hold of that hand, she was extremely surprised.
What is this? Some kind of giveaway? Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you can't expect any benefits from a charm that looks like a toy.
But her mother took the scorpion charm from her grip.
Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, I'll give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child. It's not like that's why I gave it to you. But, well, if you really say so, then I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure.
You know what's sad?
What?
This is the healthiest conversation an adult and a child have had in this game so far.
Oh god, yeah.
No, that was
Outside of,
no.
like everything
yeah, it was-
Kumasawa has said.
I was about to say, no, there's Hideyoshi saying hi to Maria and trying to be like nice, kind uncle giving her candy.
Okay, so there's a difference between having a healthy conversation and being nice to a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, but recontextualize. If her mother is that way with Maria, like probably like whenever they're stuck alone for a long time, Hideyoshi like immediately being like, open, here you go. It's been so long since I've seen you. Let's play. Nice to see you again. Blah blah blah. Have a bit of candy. You've been such a good girl. Blah blah blah. Positive reinforcement and shit. Affirmations.
Like I said, I wanted nothing more than Battler to fucking deck Rosa when she started beating Maria.
Mm-hmm.
Would he have gotten in trouble? Yes. Would it have been worth it? Also, yes.
Natsuki put the charm in her pocket and turned away. Then, she disappeared into the dark hall.
All right, you should probably run ads.
Yep,
now
that's the
before they
plan.
Sneak up on us.
Yep, that's the plan. I was trying to time that out. Yeah. Okay. Time for a quick ad break. I'm gonna make some more tea, and then we can get ready for this. And okay, fine. I'll watch the video and then. How to pronounce maths then?
Meth.
Okay. I won a maths debate. Wait, what? A maths debate. Hold up. You won a maths debate. Okay, that was... What? Okay. Alright. A math... What? You don't debate math. What the... That's not how that works. Hold up. I'm actually upset now.
Hey, case. Masturbate.
Oh!
I'm surprised it took you this long.
Look,
got
I'm
it
Ace. I don't do
immediately.
that
Yeah,
often.
same.
Look.
Here, I thought you were fucking with us, but no.
No, I'm not fucking with you that time. I'm just actually that stupid.
I heard Velvet go, oh. I had to turn away.
Yeah.
So look, see, I'm Ace. I don't care about that. Like, we had what was it, 2 years ago? We had an entire thing with, like, Mal and his, like, little friend group, Velvet.
Oh, yeah, I think
Yeah.
I vaguely
You know how,
remember
like,
something.
obsessively horny they are?
Oh, God.
They thought they were being clever, like, hey, yeah, let's do a No Nut November challenge a few years back. And I'm like, are you serious? Fucking bet. So,
Ace came in T-posing, said no nut forever.
so that's how I got like $120 to spend on Fate Go. For doing absolutely nothing. But yeah, let's quickly start an ad. Let's let that run through before it sneaks up on us. I'm gonna make some more tea. Then we can like get back to this thing because I think it's
Yeah,
another scene or two, and then the fun starts up. Because they can't keep doing like a lot of scenes left until the night's over.
Yeah.
Someone's got to die some point before we're done. Right. But anyway, be back in a bit. Ad time. Start the ad. Roll. Why does it take like 5 minutes to start the ads? God, I'll be back in a bit.
Because Twitch hates you.
Apparently.
There it is.
There we go.
Anyways, have you ever heard of a guy named Jim Dark Magic?
Not at all.
Responsible for Jim's Magic Missile and Jim's Glowing Coin. Both real spells in the D&D handbook. The only thing they cost is money.
Huh.
Jim's Magic Missile's also better than regular Magic Missile.
Oh. Like, in the fact that it's more precise, it's got a larger area of
There's-
attack.
More magic missiles that go with it.
Ah.
It just costs a gold coin to cast it. Apparently it's from a campaign called Acquisitions Incorporated.
Ah. Okay, that explains the the pay to win format.
Yep.
Really, my ad was like a minute long, so. But oh well.
All right. Ads over. Just about. Ads are over, but yeah,
All right,
I forgot
Case.
completely that like my kettle was off and I had to return it back on. So I'll probably have to run back down like 10 minutes to actually get that proper cup of tea. But anyway,
Case, do you have an opinion on Jim Dark Magic?
who?
Jim Dark Magic
Who?
of the creator of Jim's Magic Missile and Jim's Glowing Coin.
Who?
He's a guy. He's a wizard from a campaign called Acquisitions Incorporated.
Who?
D&D. These are real spells in the player's handbook, by the way.
Who?
He's gonna keep up that owl impression.
I've never heard of this man in my life. And I have
I
not.
only learned about him yesterday.
Okay, I do not have any opinions on it. Choco!
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 Yay.
Hi! Right, yeah, how's it going? You caught us right as we were, no one's died yet, and it's still day one. So we're trying to hope for someone to eventually die at some point. How's it going with you? Hey. Yeah.
Yay, murder!
Yeah, murder time, fun time. I think that's the line from Saints Row. Yeah. Good going. Finally glad you managed to catch with. Finally glad I was able to get one at a time when you'd actually be able to catch it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, having a lot of fun. Yeah, Choco is one of the people I did get gaslit by. I feel like I'm still getting gaslit by everyone knowing Umineko. Cause like I just finished like the first stream we did like a few weeks back, and she's like pops into chat like, "Hey, yeah, so I saw you were playing Umineko. That was like my favorite as a kid." And like that's like the 9th person who's told me that. I still swear this is a gaslighting program targeted against me.
Yeah, I imagine I'm among those 9 people.
You heard about it too?
Yeah, like I've heard about
I
at
mean-
least the anime adaptation. Hell,
I knew
like I
about
said before, I saw some clips before joining these streams.
I knew about it like tangentially because of Higurashi.
Yeah, exactly.
All of you, this is a collaborative work against me. All of you are plotting this against me.
The government plot.
Like, this is the real like psyop that's going on for the government. God, every single one of you. Don't just,
Anyone who's ever taken the time to be like, "What's Higurashi?" finds out about Umineko almost immediately.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes, isn't it?
no, see, because I also knew about Higurashi. I watched some of the episodes. I tried some visual novel. Never came up anywhere I looked for it.
What the hell?
Case, that sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, no, seriously.
See, it could be a skill issue, or I could say it's a psyop and it's funnier. This is a psyop by all of y'all.
See, that assumes I plan to do anything to you.
Yeah.
But a Bojangles.
Don't you Bojangles me with my own clip. Don't you dare use my lines against me. How dare you? What are you, a narc?
Anyways,
Anyway, George. Oh, let me quickly check something and then. Yeah. It looks like the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all.
damn. It's hard to believe it was dry out earlier.
George and Iki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she had calmed down a little since she had left.
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
Soundwave?
Oh, nope. She just came back. She's sleeping over on the sofa. It is getting pretty late for her.
Looking at the clock, it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were going to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
My mom did prepare a room for us in the mansion, but what do you want to do?
I think I'd rather head back to the guest house. Judging by our parents' appearance, I think it would be better if we weren't seen in the mansion.
Second that. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's do that like good little boys and girls.
After we discussed that, Auntie Rosa stepped into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
Ah, fuck. I was taking a drink.
No, sorry.
I thought I had time.
You're back in the scene this time. You gotta pay attention now.
Yeah.
Annie Rosa. Annie Rosa. If you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the couch.
Thank you. Nice, she's up cold. We must move her to a bed.
You know, I saw sofa. I thought sofa. I said couch anyways.
I was wondering about that, and I was debating calling you out on it.
That's because that's what I call them. It's a couch, not a sofa.
Couches and sofas are, like, similar but different, too.
They're the exact same thing.
Are they?
Sofa is just a fancy way of saying it, but it's just a couch.
Yes.
But are they? If you would like me to, I can carry her to a bed.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. Will all of you return to the guest house? Or will you stay in the room Natsuhine-san had prepared?
I don't know about all of you. I want to get out of the probable murder mansion before anything goes dead. And that's what all the angry adult people who can, like, know where the knives are going to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ava. When the kids leave, we kill Rudolph and the old man.
See,
and
on
my
Rudolph,
wife.
On Rudolph, I agree, but again, we must leave no trace, or at the very least, make it look like an accident.
You know, the more
Flood
people
their
you're trying to
rooms.
kill, and that you're talking about in front of them, the more obvious it's not going to be an accident.
Rudolph! How long have you been fucking standing there?
Since he started talking about Dad killing Dad in front of his own, like, door.
Yeah, no,
Do you want in?
we were pretty careless, weren't we?
You're saying this right out loud in front of everyone.
Do you want in?
Of course I want in.
All right, go grab a shotgun.
Dad has the shotgun, you idiot!
Shit. Go grab the 1911.
Oh, pardon. I gotta readjust.
Shift back into gear.
Yeah.
I think we did. We tried that for like one episode, like a while back, with like a few of us. I think TiVo was, and then everyone pointed out how like my model like lines up fairly well with Sayori's for some reason. So then I had to like get like I've got a clip somewhere that's like me. I am Sayori. I am the one with. Oh, got Robos again. God.
Oh, not again.
Y'all are muted for the moment. Let me fix that. Too bad. Let's Yeah, Yes, y'all are muted right now. So no one can hear anything from you just yet.
Ah. See, I thought we were muted.
See,
on
this
your
is
end.
when we can take the time to insult Case to his face with no one else hearing us.
Unless he suddenly unmutes us.
You know, you've been unmuted for the past, like, 30 seconds.
Oh.
No. That's why I didn't say shit.
Fantastic.
No, y'all heard nothing.
I was trying to bait Velvet into saying mean things to you.
Velvet's not gonna say mean things first. You gotta start it without her.
Yeah, you gotta set up the banter first before
Yeah.
I can follow up.
Wait, hold on. You forgot about... Was it my laugh or TiVo's laugh? Oh, right. TiVo's got, like, the hyena cackle when he goes out.
Oh my god. Honestly, I miss it. It's been a
Yeah,
while
you're
since
right.
I've heard it.
You're right. I need to, like, nag him to see if he's up for a stream tomorrow or something. Hold on.
Yeah, seriously.
Hold on. Where's that old group chat we used to use for this? When did so many people get into my DMs?
Honestly, I asked myself the same question. About my own.
Alright, message has been sent. I was planning on trying to do a stream tomorrow, but I guess I'll figure it out if they want to do something with it then. But anyway.
Right.
Yes.
Right, back to Jessica.
Excuse me.
No.
How dare
just
you?
talking-
Excuse this case.
Go on, sorry.
Yeah. We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house. Really? Then I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking Maria with you. I think it will be much more comforting for her if she's with all of her cousins.
It
Even
seems...
though I'm her mother.
I wonder why. Let's pull up the footage. Why? Now I don't want to try to set up like...
Pull up the footage of Rosa caving in Maria's face with her hand.
Yeah, just
like,
absolutely slapping the shit out of her.
I don't know if I've got that set up right. I'll figure it out later. Never mind. You all wouldn't be able to hear the footage, but me in the future, if I ever feel like editing this into an actual YouTube video, roll the footage.
If anything, I almost want to redub Maria at a more favorable time for that scene.
No problem.
Because I feel like I wasn't giving it my all for that one.
Maria's definitely like a... It's hard to get into her because she's very much sounds like a child half the points and then the other half she doesn't. And like trying to still doing the oohs is like a very different kind of verbal tick to have to get used to doing without it being
Yeah.
overpowering or just lacking.
Oh, sorry, I meant Rosa. I wasn't giving my all for Rosa for that scene.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
You need to get into the mindset of someone who beats their kids. So
It's more that I just
All right,
wasn't
all right.
exactly allowed
My
to be loud.
grandfather in the 80s. My grandfather in the 80s.
That is oddly specific, and I don't want to ask.
My grandfather took steroids in the 80s.
also your grandfather was Battler.
My grandfather is older than Battler. My grandfather had kids in the 80s. So, yeah.
It seemed that in the shadow behind those words, there was some regret at the adults, herself included. Fuck.
Good job, Case.
Why does the mouse wheel start progressing the thing? The minute I lay my hand down on the mouse, like, it automatically just starts a thing trying. There was some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
Leave it to us, Annie. After all, we do have an expert on comforting Maria with us.
Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it by myself. We'll need everyone together.
That's right. Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier?
As we said this, Auntie Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
Thank you. Darn. Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So, I'm sorry for the burden, but I'll have to leave Maria in your hands.
Wait, I might have gotten you messing up with someone else. Did we mess up somewhere else? Oh, like an earlier clip then. Gotcha.
Hey, Maria, you awake? We're gonna go back to the guest house.
Maria muttered something indistinct, as if answering, but then rolled over and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
She's really cold. It'd be bad to wake her.
Right. I'll carry her?
I don't like that pose, George.
Nonsense. It's a perfectly fine pose.
That's some Show Tucker ass pose.
Nonsense. We don't even have a dog with us. We've only got a horse, and we can fix that easily.
I don't like where you're going with this, Case.
Look, I just need you to hold still for a bit. I need to draw this big fancy circle.
Bites
A
you,
lot of
bites you,
squiggly
bites you,
lines.
bites you.
Ow, ow, ow. Hold still, hold still, hold still. Ow. Don't make me get the tranquilizer.
Not the ketamine.
Oh my god.
Look, it's either tranquilize till you fall into a coma, or ketamine till your heart explodes. And you experience the world like the Flash. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. George Aniki picked her up and pulled her over his back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Auntie Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Kraus's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
Oh dear. I have to go back.
Excuse me.
Is everyone returning to the guest house?
After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out. Let you know so you won't put it up my brother's. What? Hold up. Also, we have a stick that clears out your nose, so when we put it up to my brother's dog nose, he doesn't move his head. And ask something like, what? What, TKG?
What?
I'm trying to read that sentence, and I don't know where it stops and where it starts.
Incomprehensible.
Honestly.
Is it like one of them things that you use to clear out your sinuses and your dog just likes the smell?
Is it like... Is it like those smelling salts that like hit you like a truck?
No, see, because that's ammonium. What I think he's talking about is like, there's this thing that my dad has. He puts like peppermint essential oil in it, and it just like clears you up immediately.
That's how that works?
Have you ever sniffed straight like peppermint extract?
No, I don't like mint.
I fucking love mint. That's beside the point. It clears out your sinuses pretty quickly.
Huh. Okay. But, Right then. After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened, and Shannon-chan stepped out.
It has become very dark, so allow me to guide you. Perfect timing, Shannon-chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there.
Hold up with... We have a stick that clears out your nose, so, like... The picture you're showing me is a dog barking at a tiny cross. I'm very concerned. Does your dog just not like the power of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior? I don't know how to phrase that without it being rude. I'm sorry.
And on that day,
And on that day, the Lord, oh, he cometh and he goeth. Do I like to eat chalk? What? Do I sound like the kind of person that likes to eat chalk?
do you want us to answer that honestly?
I don't have to take this from you. I can kick you out of this call.
Yes, but you can't kick me out your life. I'm one half of this comedy duo, motherfucker.
I can just pull back in my other comedy duo partner.
Oh yeah.
Velvet?
Wait, which one in particular, Malix or TiVo?
TiVo, I don't think Malix is usually alive when I try to stream most of the time.
Fair enough. Yeah, that Atlantic Ocean is a bit pesky.
Just a bit. And TiVo's got like a shitty enough sleep schedule that even though he's in Australia, he's usually awake.
Yeah. No, I wonder if he's been cleaning it up. Because
Oh,
of
right. Oh, right. My
circumstances.
points are called chalk. I forgot. It's literally been over a year since I last streamed. I forgot these were called chalk.
Yeah.
Why were they called chalk? I don't... Oh, right. I used to have...
'Cause
I used to have a
maybe
teacher
because
gimmick.
You were Professor Case.
Yeah.
Right, I used to have a teacher gimmick, and then I gave that
I
up within like a
wonder.
month. Like, yeah, I think half my old redeems that I turned off now are like, give me a fact, elaborate on this, do blah 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 blah. Make this a comedy trio, add TiVo. I don't know where TiVo is, so at the moment, because I think he's been busy with life. If I can get him, it'll probably be sometime like tomorrow if he's alive for the stream. Maybe Left 4 Dead, because that usually wakes him up.
I will not be available tomorrow. I'm going somewhere.
Alright. But that means I can see how the old team does then.
I'm probably gonna get drunk with some real life friends.
Have fun with that. But
Why don't we have like huge blowout parties for Labor Day? I feel like that's like the prime time for a bunch of people to do that.
because it's our one day, because it's like one guaranteed day off, and we're trying to fucking not relax, not get like blow everything out, and then be hungover the next day when we have to go to work.
No, you just like, have a barbecue, have like a couple of whatevers.
Yeah.
You don't have to get drunk. If you live in some states, you can do another thing that I'm not allowed to elaborate on Twitch.
But you're not allowed to anymore?
Really?
I'm not taking chances.
That's
Because it
fair.
is drugs.
Do I still have
And-
give me a random fact set up? Glasses on up to the side, guide the way it's set up, glasses on up. Banned in-game thing, choose Nemo, do a squat. I do still have give a random fact.
I mean, it's legalized in Canada, right?
Yeah, it depends on the province. And even then, those
Alright.
have different regulations for each province and territory.
Because I know for a fact it's not legal in Tennessee. Or just the South in general. It should be. I feel like a lot of Southerners would appreciate that.
I think... Yeah.
Can you imagine how crazy it would be in Louisiana if it was legal there?
You know what's funny?
What?
Despite how like illegal all of that is down in Tennessee, I still like pass stuff like, come to our dab bar, come like have the weed store down by right where I used to stream from, like literally up the road, right next to a gas
Oh,
station.
okay.
Incredible.
Is medical marijuana legal?
I
in
don't think so.
Tennessee? Give me a second. Now I'm curious.
Because there's that, like, there's blatant advertising right around the city itself about, like, hey, yeah, you know, fucking dab bar. Shit, like, right down the
God
road.
damn. I need you to understand, I'm looking up is weed legal in Tennessee, and I've typed in is weeb legal?
Oh my god.
It better be, otherwise I'm a criminal.
Oh, yeah, weed is illegal in Tennessee. However, the consequences of marijuana charges will vary. For instance, if you are found in possession, you will be facing fines of up to $2,500 in jail time, not to exceed 1 year. Oh, that's not that bad, but like it's still stupid.
Yeah.
Because where I'm from, as long as you're not smoking it under the age of 21, you're perfectly fine.
Yeah. But that's you,
I
not
can go
here.
out right now, pull cash out of my bank account, which I don't want to do, and go buy an edible.
Anyway.
Right. Now
Yeah.
let's continue this.
Yeah.
George Goons can get Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him? Yes, certainly.
Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any time to spare a pleasant walk. Wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. Sashina, hi, how's it going? A new person that isn't a bot this time, hooray!
Hey.
Yeah, our last new person tried to sell us chatbots.
Why would you sell us a chatbot? We've got Nightbot that's free and everyone already knows how to use.
Yeah.
True.
How's your day going? We are still in episode 1 of Umineko before any of the special deaths happen. If you happen to know anything about this game, so yeah. Hope your day's going well. Let's see.
This is the game that has Case convinced that his friends are gaslighting him.
All right, save.
Oh yeah, no, we gotta avoid what happened last stream.
Look, it was only one crash.
Yeah, after 4 hours of not saving.
We got to learn about how the car pope was elected. Don't worry, it was not all bad.
We didn't, did we even go through half of that video?
We didn't even get a minute in.
We got a minute and a half in, and then like the game got back to the point we were.
Yeah, we watched a funny meme. This is a blind reading for Soundwave and Velvet right here. I've played through episode 1 and a bit of episode 2, but I decided to stop because I want to go through all this with everyone. So I have not seen past like a bit of the halfway point of episode 2. I am still fully blind with the mystery, the deaths, everything that's happening. We spent like an entire like several hours like theorizing on stream before about what's going on, who's going where, everything.
Yeah.
Only to reach the same conclusions as
Yeah, we reached the
characters,
exact same
literally-
conclusions as every single character
Yeah.
has so far.
We're
literally
consistently
5
on par with
minutes into
the
stream
cast.
after.
Like, what was it? We reach the epitaph. We do like an entire hour of research and investigating. 5 minutes into the stream, Battler, George, and Jessica reach the same conclusions. Kyrie mentions there might be a 19th person on the island. We stop for like 20 minutes, debate, and then get the exact same result that is if it was a 13th, if it wasn't a 19th person, it's probably Shannon. Literally, we're gonna follow the exact same thought process as every single one of these motherfuckers.
Yep.
Anyways,
Back to the show.
scene. Aniki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her?
Daijoubu. I can at least carry Maria-chan.
I'm truly grateful. Please, take care of Maria. Right, we understand. In that case, good night, Ani. Then I will see them over there and return here. Yes, please.
Auntie Rosa, sew us off.
Sew us off?
Sew us off.
Maria.
Sephiroth. Sephiroth.
Sephiroth. And the angel starts playing.
Dun 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 dun.
I've never played those games, by the way.
I haven't played 7, but I know One Winged Angel because of the memes.
Alright. Okay.
Right?
We good to go?
Yep, go ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Maria, I'm sorry for everything.
Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor anyone else, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
If only I had applied for the position of Maria Carrier, then I could have gotten to rub Shan. I'm not saying that.
No.
I had to start like pre-reading.
Yeah, you really should. Like, actually read your lines. But my model just broke for a sec. One sec. Okay, there we go. Yeah. You know, I tried to give you the full line so you can know what you're getting into, and you're just not reading it, apparently. That's not on purpose. It's a misunderstanding.
I thought that if I didn't, George-sama would all get wet. Would get all wet.
I mean, are you sure you're not all wet?
Didn't you just say?
I'll see myself out.
Yeah, didn't you say you weren't
Go!
reading that particular
Shoo!
part of the line?
See, it's funny when I make the joke. It's not funny when he makes the joke.
Oh, sure.
Sure, that's how it works. Definitely, that's when you're funny.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm the funniest man alive, Case. I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, quit babbling and go in.
After being nudged by Jessica, Shannon folded up her umbrella and went into the guest house.
Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you would like.
You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shan.
Oh, yes. We were saying earlier that we would play some cards. Do you want to stay with us for a while?
Huh? Who had the night shift on today's schedule? I believe there is a special schedule for the duration of the family conference. I think there are a few things, so I will go and check.
Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, you don't have to force yourself.
It's all right. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please, excuse me for a short while.
Shan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and put Maria in the bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. We got some drinks out of the room's refrigerator and spent some time playing cards while drinking. Velvet?
Oh.
Oh.
Right.
No, sorry,
it's-
your thing was lighting up. I wasn't sure if the audio broke.
No, it's all right. I'm good. Yeah. Oh, Kanon-kun. Even Genji-sama is here. What is happening with tonight's shift?
Hold up a minute. Tiyu's redeeming push-ups.
Ah.
Oh lord, we got
Motherfucker.
that's 2. Are we getting more than 2? Is Tiyu gonna do his thing again? Hold up. One.
Oh, good.
And hydrate before you dehydrate.
Of course. That I can do.
Yeah. Hi Tiyu, how's it going? Welcome back. Ugh. Oh, God.
Ow, my shoulders.
It's only 2 push-ups, man.
Seriously.
heavy person, man.
Well, we'll get you into shape one of these days. Oh god, that coffee pasta again, no. Oh god.
No.
No.
Thankfully, it's not a proper request.
Oh, thank god it's not another read redeem. Oh god,
Yeah.
okay. That was sewer water and gas for 6 hours. What? Wait, were you like getting your house checked out for something like that? Or was that your like day job? Dealing with people's like utilities?
You pipeline inspector or something?
Yeah? Neither?
Neither. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains a lot.
Okay, that...
Yeah, oh god, dude, if I don't know that. Dishwashing sucks.
I'm just glad I've managed to avoid dishwashing
so-
as a concession line cook.
My take is, I would rather be a dishwasher than work the front register. I swear to God. Like, you just...
I'd rather.
Oh, that reminds me of that one time where I was working a season and our dishwasher had backup of food particles, and didn't help it was, I think, on the same day or the day before, a health inspector came by.
Mm-hmm. The sewer
I'd
back...
rather
Yeah.
not work in food service.
Like,
It
I
was
know.
literally the worst.
I know. But was back when I worked at Starbucks, I would literally do anything to but work, register, like any other things where I have to interact with people directly. Like, I will make you whatever fucking coffee you want, just don't bother me while I'm working on it. Like, I will mop the entire floor, I will clean your goddamn toilet, don't talk with me. So, like, just let me sit there in the back, like, listen to some music, and I will clean every single dish in that building. I cleaned the entire building like twice in a single shift just to like avoid talking with people and listening and just listen to my music in the
Actually, I
back.
take that back. I have washed dishes, but that's only like after I've worked the booth, basically.
Yeah. But I'm sorry to hear that the sewer backed up and you couldn't do your job like that.
Yeah.
Like, that just
My
reminds me.
sympathies.
And
Honestly.
I think the closest thing I've had to happening like that at mine was when our store flooded. Yeah, something broke below us and the water just kept rising and we had to shut down. Yeah.
They just wouldn't give me hours.
That's another thing that happens too. Like, they'll say like, oh, we're looking to hire more people, but they don't give anyone hours.
They had me on a day a week. I got paid every 2 weeks. I got $120 every 2 weeks.
Wow.
As far
yeah,
as I know,
no,
I'm working
shit
minimum
sucked.
wage.
Yeah, that's terrible. Jesus.
And then there's days where I'm like, I can't work. I'm sick, so I got $60.
Yeah, yikes.
When I say I was depressed back then, I fucking mean it.
Sorry, did we read that this line?
Yes.
Okay.
Before it segued into TU.
Right, to you.
Right. Kurosama was given an order. There has been modifications made to most of the schedule. Nobu?
Oden.
Indeed. Goda has been has been changed to the night shift at the mansion. You and Kanon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to spend the night in the guest house. We just now had a phone call stating that you are to remain here as well.
That's quite a large modification. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they?
Well, Goda, it was nice knowing you. I'm glad I don't have to voice you ever again.
But it sounded like you liked voicing Goda.
Goda's a fun voice to do, but it's also the exact same voice I'm doing for Genji, just with a little lilt.
Yeah.
I don't
Originally,
know if you noticed, but 3 of the 5 people I voice all have the same voice. All of them are in my lower register, which I do not sit in very well.
Yeah. And I'm trying to distinguish my voices from my normal voice, except for Jessica.
Originally, Shannon and Kanon had been given the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the gas house, where all the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundant experience in entertaining. Kumasawa had been scheduled to stay in the guest house, while Genji had been scheduled to stay in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts in the guest house and the mansion had been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Probably. Why? When such a mysterious letter appeared, It was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect one of us. We serve directly under the master. So Kraus-sama probably wanted to keep us as far away from the family conference as possible.
Genji, Shannon, and Kanan were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo had held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, they were often viewed by Kraus and the others as Kinzo's underlings, and shunned. And in reality, Kinzo would seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. You could probably call this sudden shift change a clear expression in that sense of distrust. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of inheritance would come up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important situation. Discussion.
If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our company tonight is special.
Yes, certainly, Genji-sama.
Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
The ones who just returned now.
Oh, my back.
Oh, is that what was moving up and down?
Oh, it's so hard carrying this family on my back.
Right. The ones who just returned now. Were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on until much later. That would be comfortable. It's already this late, and there's this weather. Probably the rest of the relatives will spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around, but I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I think. Oh? Why is that? Because you're able to... God damn it. The voices switched for a second. Hold on.
It happens, don't worry. We're professionals. Don't worry. We
Totally.
can... It's no big deal.
Professionals, asterisks, they're not professionals.
Right. Back to lower. Come on. Oh. Why was that? Because you were able to distance yourself from the bullying of Madame and Eva-sama? Or do you have another reason? I don't have any other reasons. I see. Then let's do our best together with our midnight shift. I'm counting on you, Ne-san. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them.
Shannon hung her head apologetically, and made uncertain glances towards Kennan's eyes. Kennan didn't try to meet her gaze, and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
You can't. You were assigned the night shift. And besides that, it is not necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand.
Shannon dropped her shoulders slightly. She had already expected that Kanan, who considered rules to be very important, would probably say something like that. But even so, she was a little discouraged. As Canon turned the pages of the logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
In that case, you must be keeping the children waiting. You will have to apologize and tell them that you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Off you go then. Yes. I'll go apologize.
Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change, gave a quick bow, and flew out of the servants' room. As he watched her disappear, Canon took a single, deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen. Wake up, Soundwave!
I'm here.
Canon, I will be here, so you should go too.
Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. It's not like I was invited.
That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time.
No, that's not something I need to do. A human child may have a need to play, but we are furniture.
Is that so?
Ne-san is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people.
Genji did not say anything after that. A few moments passed. Then he stood up, used a pot of hot water to make some hot chocolate from powder, and served it to Kanan as well.
I fucking tried. I tried to make him feel like a person. He just doesn't want to. This fucking kid is not healthy.
It is definitely not a healthy mindset. Nope. Goddamn.
Holy crap, seriously? I did not know that.
Velvet?
That's you, Velvet.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Velvet,
Sorry,
Velvet.
I was looking at the stream for a second. Okay. Keep it down, dumbass. You'll wake Maria up.
Battler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
No, but yeah, now that you've said that, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they? Huh. Now I see it, that George Aniki.
George could not be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon had come into the room, George had suddenly said that he had forgot something in the mansion and needed to go back to get it. Shannon had said that she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them had departed together.
They've been showing signs of it for a long time, you know? Asking what the other person liked, asking what their hobbies were. I always knew it was too much just to be a passing interest.
Come to think of it, I get the feeling that George Aniki has always been overly nice to Shannon Chan. Now I get it. Oh man, that thing I called the first time I saw Shannon?
Mm-hmm.
Or the first time she was even mentioned?
I don't think it was the first time she was mentioned. I think it was the first time you saw her. There we go.
Okay, TKJ. Yes, One Piece is very long. However, I will never fall in probably any exercise while watching it. Because I'm never gonna watch it.
You're also probably never gonna exercise.
I exercise. I can't do the explosive movements some people
Oh,
can do.
okay. Sound broke. Sound broke. Y'all hold up.
Of course.
Time to
See-
now. Now you're muted. Now no one can hear you, don't worry.
Was here.
Say something.
Hello.
Something.
Okay, we're good. There we go. According to the weather report, it looks like it will be a little worse tonight, at its worst tonight. It also seems that it won't stop tomorrow, but it should get better.
Really? Then the boat may not arrive until the day after tomorrow. I'm concerned that it might interfere with your work on Monday.
Preemptively, because I saw a bit of lag with that dialogue loading.
Yeah, that's fair.
I already knew that this typhoon would be coming in beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday. So it's alright. I may not look like it, but I am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the normally composed appearance that George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this gap.
It's no surprise that someone who will soon make his company prosperous is so well prepared.
Well, making a company prosperous is a really tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well by studying from my father. Making a company prosperous is like having a castle and leading your subordinates. My father, true to his name of Hideyoshi, really loves reading about the great leaders of the Sengoku period, the Warring States period. Most of his philosophical speeches on business management start with one of them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was— oh god, the box is moving, it's so much dialogue. Okay. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the Sengoku period, started out with his troops in complete disarray. Fuck. Started out with his troops in complete disarray, and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well.
Is that true? Is that true that Case should probably read ahead a bit more like he tells us?
Shut up! Don't you dare use my own words against me! What are you, a narc?
Pre-reading?
The opportunity is there.
How dare you? This is my own stream. You attacking me on my own stream, my own platform.
Sorry, I just gotta get the laughs out.
No problem. Alright.
Anyways. Is that true? That's a little unexpected.
In order to unite his troops, Shingen utilized several strategies. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war and they were awarded all at once. By doing that regularly on the field of battle, he immediately showed his appreciation for his troops' military exploits, which motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Furthermore, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them. Things like that. Oh. Takeda Shingen wasn't just a man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the Sengoku period. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the Sengoku period. Vel,
What is it?
you're up.
Oh, right. Sorry. Jeez. Now it's my turn to be a little...
So who's paying attention now?
Okay. That must be why all of his troops followed him.
The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But when George started to tie his father in with one of those stories, he would always be beaming, looking like he was having a great time. So, Shannon did not interrupt, but merely smiled, to encourage him to continue. Of course, in a capitalist world, money is power, and it is also the height of your castle wall. But you can't build up a castle wall or succeed in a war by yourself. That kind of thing can only be created with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. You're linking this one clip a lot. Let's see what it is. Do you just have a lot of clips of people just, like, trying to say a word and then dying immediately? Because I'm surprised you don't have, if that's the case, you don't have more of those from our streams. Because that's just like, I'm tired. Thank you for... and like chewing up like 3 cars worth of words. Trying to say, like, thanks for stopping by. That kind of thing can only be created with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. I see how much my father has cultivated his character by working hard and understand how he was able to build up all that he has until today.
George-sama, you must truly look up to your father. I'm jealous.
Sorry, that's not exactly what I meant to say it.
I'm sorry. I also didn't mean it that way.
The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Why? Okay, hold up. Yeah, I don't know why the sound is suddenly, like, glitching out and... Huh. Alright, let me quickly... Oh, Tolan, are you joining in? 1 second then, because... You know, ads look like they're about to play, so this might be a good chance to run those while I try to fix this, and then... also, like, run to the restroom and grab a drink, so... I'm going to let those run for a moment, and I will be back and try to get everything fixed by then. Sorry about shoving those on y'all. I'll try to make this quick, sorry. Bye.
Be right back.
That looks like that's starting up, so I will run off in a sec.
Who knows, DK? Why it ends on the same ad.
Ace is not here, TK.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they can hear us because Case was trying to fix sound.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm back. Ow, ow, God, ow. I burnt my hands with the tea while I was on my way over.
Okay, so it
Good
turns out
job.
TK can hear us.
Yes, hello. Sorry. I had to run out. Oh dear God, Tolan just sent me a threatening DM. I have a lot of Twitch points. Tolan. Tolan.
I sent you a less threatening DM because we were discussing stuff like that a couple weeks ago.
Alright, emotes and stuff like that, yeah. That's on the list of stuff to start filling out with again. But, what if us Wait, no. Tolan, no. You don't have to. Alright, also I reset the Discord audio again, so they should be working fine. It should be working fine and again.
Yeah.
Oh god. But also, Tolan, you can jump into the voice call if you want. You just have to also, like, read out character lines then at some point.
Yeah.
Please take characters from us. We beg of you.
Seriously. Hell, basically cross-dress your voice if you have to.
But Velvet voices all of the female characters.
And Canon, don't forget Canon.
And Canon. Case is voicing
The
half
narrator.
of the male characters.
And
I'm voicing the main character and half of the male characters.
yeah. So, we would happily accept another person to voice act for us.
Yeah.
Truly.
Oh god, Hey, Case, you know that Munchkin voice Tolan does? Imagine that on Maria.
I have no clue.
What the fuck kind of laugh is that?
I don't even know if that went through the OBS mic because I've got like filters blocking it.
Oh my god.
Oh, it was just suddenly like, you hit tea kettle, man.
I really did. I don't know. Please, people on the stream, tell me if that laugh came through. I really don't know. Because I collapsed in front of my mic, and this thing's got like so much like noise, like detection and protection stuff going on. It went.
Someone
Every
please tip
day.
that.
Every day I'm happy that my laugh is kind of bassy.
Wonderful! Definitely went through Polo. I don't even know why my voice does that. It just happens on its own.
Well, see, Case, what happens is, while our voices are in a similar, like, vein, your voice does sit higher than mine naturally. So when you laugh, it's all strain.
Alright. We can't keep laughing, but this is the only dialogue on screen.
Jesus Christ, I didn't even notice.
How did you notice that?
I checked out because I'm not in the scene.
So you didn't even notice that was on screen for like the past 5 minutes.
I looked up, saw Shannon had no parents, and realized what we've been doing.
Right, then let's get back to this so we can make this less awkward. Okay.
And hopefully Tolan joins in the meantime so we can have that happen.
Okay, let's Okay, back in control. I'm breathing. Shannon had no parents. She'd been brought up in a welfare I'm gonna just confirm with my
I'm
roommate.
sorry.
You sorry what?
Oh, you said Shannon had no parents. I thought about the last 5 minutes and started laughing.
That didn't come through on mine. Oh, God. Trying again. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in a welfare institute owned by Kinzo called the Gospel House. Under the guidance of the honorary director. What?
Oh, so they are Catholic.
Probably. Well, if they're going off of what I remember, they are probably using like a lot of like religious, like Catholic and like Christian-centered symbolism and shit. So probably. Anyway, under the guidance of the honorary director, Kinzo, the Gospel House offered excellent students a chance to live a life of service. If they were accepted, they would be able to leave the institute and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for a student. Servants from the Gospel Bukuin house all took names with the character In On Non in them while they served. So Shannon was not her real name. Oh, we've got Tolan joining in. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
Okay. Let me quickly prepare to get the like Fugi tech up for him then. Alright. Tolan, hello. Say something so I can.
Hello, 'tis I, the Toad.
Howdy.
Howdy. If you can, I'm going to need you to quickly, I don't know if I've done this with you before, I just need the, send me
Alright.
whatever you get, like, if you haven't...
Hell.
This is a site that gives you, like, the light-up pictures we've got on stream right now. If you can, if you've got one of those already, like, when you log in, just send me the link to the individual browser source, and I can have you, like, on screen with the rest of us.
Okay.
Fuck, that's still hot.
Yeah, it shouldn't be much trouble.
No rush to it. I'll whenever it comes up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you need me to send you like a Pixiv link or something, I can.
Oh god.
So
Pixiv,
Shannon,
no, not Pixiv, Picrew.
yeah. Well, Pixiv and Picrew like sometimes build off of each other.
Yeah.
So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same goes for Canon. All of the students at the Gospel House were orphans. Or, failing that, people who had been disowned by their parents through some special circumstances. Because of this, the students had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed natural for Canon to call Shannon his sister. And while only Shannon and Canon were working today in the mansion, there were other servants who worked the shift rotation, named Manon and Renan, who also inherited the non-character in their names. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for over 10 years, was a very rare exception to the rule. Tails, they turned me into a curry. What? Oh
Yeah,
god,
the
that
Sonic
look.
curry.
Why is it
Yeah.
that blue? That looks as disturbing as the Hatsune Miku ramen that's also like violently blue.
Yeah.
I've got that curry right here. It is violently blue.
We're being tortured and held hostage by the Sonic Curry.
Eh,
We can't give the Sonic Curry any acknowledgement or it'll try to attack us again.
yeah.
What Sonic Curry?
No, I don't have the Sonic Curry. I've got the Hatsune Miku ramen. A different kind of torment.
The
True.
other blue character.
The other violently ablued food stuff. Working as a servant to the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for the full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That's why even though the students realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, fuck.
Got a tongue twister there.
Shut up. That face
trying
of
so hard
yours.
to read.
Shut it. That was why, even though the students realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. But in Shannon's case, maybe the fact that she had managed to continue for more than 10 years should not be viewed as her having more willpower than any of the other servants. Maybe it was a lack of courage to say that she wanted to quit that forced her to continue for those 10 years. To Kinzo, who could not even trust his own blood relatives, those excellent servants sent from the Gospel House were the only ones he could trust. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as the servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him. You've already been working here for about 10 years, was it? You must have saved up a lot of money by now, right?
I don't know, really. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. And just because you have a few million yen doesn't mean you have enough to live for the rest of your life with.
1 sec, I think I got the link from Tolan. Let me test. Copy, paste, let's go, whatever, just a new browser source. Tolan, Fugitech. What's this?
The Minecraft Pringles? Good lord.
I'm fucking sorry, what? You can't just say Minecraft Pringles and leave it at that.
I think I will just leave it at that.
No, the fuck you aren't.
No, yes I am.
Speak,
Nar.
bastard.
Yes.
So, you haven't been working here to reach target sum?
No,
a target
I
sum?
haven't.
What?
You said treat a target sum instead of reach a target sum.
So you haven't been
Case
trying
is contemplating my murder.
Only a little. Only a bit.
Alright, are we getting back on track here?
Yep, go on.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. I have nowhere to go outside of this mansion. I have been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants, too. I am sometimes scolded by Madam, but caring for the rose garden and cleaning the mansion is fun.
Why, of all the flavors that Pringles would collaborate with, would they make suspicious stew with chips?
Don't worry about it.
I'm going to worry about it.
Nah, you really should.
No,
You're
I'm going
little
to. You can't stop.
suspicious.
That's like making, boy, mystery meat flavored, like, popsicles or something. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
No, it isn't.
What are you talking about?
It's
Spam
just mystery
popsicles
meat.
are amazing.
They are.
Although the mystery meat in spam is pork.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Are you sure?
I'm positive. What part of
Okay.
the pig it's from is a mystery.
I don't know how to trust these people anymore.
See, but that's half the fun of it.
Oh
Sometimes.
fuck, I hit the wrong
we
thing. I meant to mute
sometimes-
myself in Discord, not mute you guys on stream.
Good job. Good job, Case.
Wonderful work.
Great work, everyone.
Alright, we good.
Is that watermelon Lay's?
Watermelon.
Is it that time of the year where Lay's is doing crazy flavors again?
I think. You know what? I don't.
You know what?
I don't want to know.
I'm not in this scene. I could totally just go to the bathroom. I don't know why I'm waiting here.
Yeah, you're not gonna be in this scene. It's just these two. Go ahead, leave.
Yeah.
We'll drag Tolan in like the next scene next day, and you'll take the first person that isn't already that isn't like one of the ones we've claimed as our main ones. But that isn't your life, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and closed her mouth. Even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society, I've been studying and I've learned something. A human's life is not as monotonous or as short as we thought it was when we were kids.
It isn't? I've been lied to.
The horrifying thought that everyone has in their student years. Will the rest of my life be as monotonous, boring, sleep-inducing after school class where I endlessly, lazily while away the time until finally it ends without anything interesting happening? Oh god, what's this next one? You can't keep throwing these at me. I'm gonna...
Buttered lobster ice cream. It's actually pretty tasty.
I don't want to know anymore. I'm gonna stop checking these. I'm just getting more concerned with every one of these. I'm not gonna look at these anymore. I'm going to just end up like with a problem.
What do you mean end up? You have a problem.
Yeah, it's called you. And you.
I mean,
and Soundwave.
yes.
And Velvet's not a problem. She's nice. However,
Again, if the opportunity presents itself.
yes, but you're not proactive like these two.
True.
These thoughts only arise while a person is still an underage student. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as a student is nothing more than the blink of an eye. Just the period before they break out of their shells and cast off their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world. But the world beyond that, beyond the shell, is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
Completely valid statement unless you're a med student, in which case you just suffer.
Yeah, no, school doesn't end when you're a med student.
You graduate when you die.
Yeah. So far, your life has only been spent within a shell called Shannon. Aren't you making the mistake of thinking that your life will always continue like this?
That is...
Shannon couldn't deny these words. She had been unable to find any concrete issues with her way of life. And since she'd never had any desire or goal to change herself in any particular way, she had continued her life idly. And if she were asked whether her life was already fulfilled, she wouldn't have necessarily been able to nod. That may have been a truth she was deliberately averting her eyes from. As long as George did not realize that truth, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away, neglected, bit by bit.
George-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
It is wrong. Ah, by the way, didn't you break one of those rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, and then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and it seemed that it embarrassed her as she hung her head. Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone?
I can't obey that as promise. But if it was an order, I would have to obey it. Because I'm furniture.
Then it's an order.
Yes, certainly, George-san.
As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time using San. Yes, that's better, Sayo-chan. A smile rose to George's face, praising Sayo's small act of bravery. The way they talked with each other gave off the sense that their relationship had already been going on for some time. For a long while, as if the weather raging around them didn't even enter their consciousness, the two of them talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to dampen the mood. But it could not sully these moments, which seemed to flush even the roses out a deeper shade of red.
I'm back. Well, I've been back, but I'm back.
Oh yes. I have something I wanted to show you.
What could it be?
My cock and balls.
Unzips pants.
God, you two.
George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. From his manner, Shannon too understood something.
Oh god.
George timidly searched through his pocket for it.
Oh, he's pulling his cock out!
Oh no! Someone play the
Oh no.
Someone play the critical clip. He's pulling his dick out. Oh!
He's pulling his dick out.
Oh! It got caught deep in his pocket somehow, and it came out somewhat slowly and awkwardly, in the same manner as his speech. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. Its characteristic shape was enough to make anyone realize what was resting inside.
A dildo.
Of course.
Cock ring.
Of course!
Or a butt plug.
Shannon had
See,
been
there's
preparing.
two of us now.
Shannon had been preparing her heart a little, sure of what it must be. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took it out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to accept this.
I can't accept something so valuable.
You can't accept it?
That's not... I mean, something like that is too... good for me.
Sayo, this is not a request. It's an order, okay? Accept this ring.
That's illegal.
Okay?
Oh, I can't disobey an order.
Yes, that's right. Good girl. Good timing, man. Good timing. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object which, since ancient times, was meant to be offered to a special woman with a special meaning. So, while George could order her to take it, he could not order her to do anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend, not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will. So, from here, it's no longer an order. Sayo, I want you to answer me tomorrow without using any words. Do you understand?
How?
I won't order anymore, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger. If you'd like, you can put it on any finger that you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She had already understood what he wanted her to do. Oh fuck. Misclicked it. But so I was shifting to pull a tea bag out of my tea now that it's done steeping. It's been done steeping for a bit. I just forgot until now, and like it just went out. But yeah, but she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a night. George faced away from Shannon, seeming slightly uncomfortable. It might be possible for me to order you to put it on a finger of your left hand. You two might be too timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want you to do this last part of your own will, Sayo. You understand, right?
Yes.
So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their long relationship. This moment had not come as any surprise to Shannon. We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, it'll make everyone worry about us.
I'm sorry, I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so, I have to go back to the mansion.
Something this late? Really? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He had seen through that obvious lie of Shannon's. But, imagining how she felt, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand her embarrassment and why she might ask to be alone. And so George, having understood Shannon's lie and all that was behind it, allowed her to leave. Okay, now's my chance to suck. Okay.
Scene change.
Scene change.
Make sure to save, Case.
I will. God.
So we don't lose another 4 hours.
Wow.
It was only one crash. Wait, we already did the spit. What's that?
Oh, right. I can turn on the sound of the stream.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Sorry, one sec. I'm finishing up my tea and then...
Oh, right. Thank you, TK, for reminding me.
Tea.
Yep. You know, just the week of doing this, like a few days on the weekend and like having like tea prepped and stuff with that, throat's able to go for so much longer than it used to when we were just doing stuff, even without Kinzo there.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was the wrong thing. I misread which triangle that was. How are you all feeling, by the way? Because it's almost
doing
midnight
good.
my time. It's almost hit 4 hours. But I also
Yeah.
think, like, this next bit shouldn't be that long.
Yeah.
So we should be able to get someone dying soon before we end. Because I want to get someone dead before we...
I mean, hey, someone dying would be a good cliffhanger.
Yeah, I want someone to die before we do anything. Like, before we end the stream. Excuse me.
Yeah, the thing this and its sister visual novel is known for.
Yeah, you know, like 4 or 5 streams in and we haven't seen a single body.
Yeah.
Shannon entered the entrance to the hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. Her chest was filled almost to the bursting point. There should be a almost to bursting point. What?
Or just to bursting would have been
Yeah,
easier.
that's not me fucking up. That's a weird phrasing.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, this translation feels like it's taking things too literally.
Okay, oh, you heading out? Alright, thanks for stopping by, TKJ. Glad you were in chat.
Later.
I'll see you later.
Have a good night.
Have a good one. Her chest was filled almost to the bursting point, with a mixture of elation and uncertainty that she couldn't easily describe. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Soundwave, wake up.
I've been here the entire time.
Yes, but you said you were going to check out for a bit because you weren't on screen, and that's how you usually played, so you missed the entire... Inside, Goder, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in an old, worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant.
A 4-letter word for intercourse. Fuck.
He looked up for an instant to see whether one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened.
I was told by Genji-sama to help you.
Ah, really? That will be useful. I was just about to make the rounds to close up the mansion, but I was in two minds whether I should leave this place empty. After all, the meeting Kraus-sama and the others are conducting appears as though it will continue for quite some time. They might order some tea at any time.
That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I remain here while...
Oh, shit. In that case, Shannon-san. Sorry, but would you please make the rounds around the mansion? I will stay here, awaiting the family's orders.
What was that about paying attention and being here?
Yes.
Shannon felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite the fact she'd come here to help out only as a favor, she was being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty, as though it were natural. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda had once again gone back to his magazine and had become immersed in his crossword puzzle. For the time being, as a sign of respect for her elder, Shannon bowed her head and she left the room to make the rounds.
A 7-letter word meaning son of another woman from a man.
Bastard.
Bastard. Thank you, Shannon.
No problem, Goda-san. Easy prick.
Oh, that was the next one. Have you done this before?
No, it's my first time.
Getting a little angry had enabled her to bring the airy sensation she had been feeling until now, under control a bit. Besides, she couldn't show this kind of face to Genji or Kanon. Until her heart was able to calm down, she wanted a bit of time to herself. And maybe going around the mansion wasn't such a bad way to do that. From the dining hall, she began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion.
All right, so this is where Tolan can come in.
Nah, don't think so. I think it's just like their exposition
Well,
for the
we'll
next
see.
bit. I tried to remember what I remember of this bit, but... Someone else would speak at great length, and then would be opposed by someone else. That rebuttal would continue in a very long, drawn-out fashion until opposed by yet another person. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if she was discovered by Kraus. Thinking that, Shannon quick-footedly slipped by the entrance to the dining hall. Then, inside the mansion controlled by darkness, she began to check that the house was all closed up, following a prearranged route. She walked down the hall, checking that each window was closed. On Rokkenjima, there were no humans other than the family. So, in actuality, it wasn't that terribly meaningful of a task. Until Natsuhi had scolded them that this attitude was careless, closing up had not been customary in the Ushiromiya family. The metal fixtures on the completely chilled windows were freezing, and every time she went to check them, one by one, it felt like the glow in her heart seemed to cool down.
Oh, that's a new transition.
Yeah, it's not ominous at all.
Just then, she thought she saw something flickering across the hall. Flickering?
Wow.
Something like that shouldn't be visible beyond the darkness of the hall. Although she had thought it was probably her eyes playing tricks on her, she killed her breathing for a brief moment, and, grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed into the center of the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder, brightening the hallway, she was unable to catch a glimpse of any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe because she couldn't calm her heart, she saw something that didn't even exist. Shannon resumed checking the windows. However, in the back of her mind, a certain unnerving possibility had been resurrected. It was that which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya main family. That ghost story, in which the mansions had different masters of the day and the night. In which the master of the night, Beatrice, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. Come to think of it, hadn't Kenan-kun said that he had once seen it for himself? He got sulky when I didn't believe him and told him he was just seeing things. Could it possibly, really? The roar of thunder gave no answer.
You know what you could not possibly force me to use during a thunderstorm?
What?
An umbrella. That's just painting a target on your back.
It really is. That's why I wear ponchos.
That's why I own a rain jacket and not an umbrella.
That and also the fact that with umbrellas, what ends up happening is that the deluge of water falls onto my backpack.
Yeah, it's like the umbrellas are so completely pointless if you have anything that extrudes out of the umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, you have to store them somewhere, and, like, if you're going somewhere that isn't your house or a friend's house, it's likely to get stolen. It's just, it's pointless.
Mm. Here we go.
Oh.
No. Never mind.
Ominous.
Dun dun dun.
The next day.
At 6 a.m.
Gross.
The second day, October 5th, 1986. 6 a.m. Y'all still doing good? Before we continue?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep. Tolan, tell us when you want to take a person.
Yeah.
Whoever comes next, I guess.
Oh, wait. Soundwave does Genji. Why don't you do Canon?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anything, I have to load off my back there.
Really?
Do you want the Munchkin Gremlin voice on him?
Not for him. Not for
No, Maria definitely.
You'll get when you get Maria, you'll be able to do that, but Genji once again tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but it didn't look like the thick rain clouds were planning to let any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. Actually, wait, before we do that. So, I don't know if you've seen the other bits of the thing first, Tolan. This is
I
the
have
whole
not.
big mystery thing there. Basically, solve this riddle, you find, like, a bunch of gold, and you become the new head of the family. And if you fail, a witch takes the gold and everything the family owns. The second half of this is starting a list saying, on night 1, 6 people are gonna die. On night 2, 2 people are die. Night 4, another person. Night 5, etc. This is day
Okay.
2. So night 1 has happened. 6 people are probably dead.
Probably.
So, make a guess of the people on this list right now that we've seen. While I'm thinking about it, who do you think is dead?
It's not
Okay.
Shannon. Tell you that much.
It's what?
It's not Shannon. I can tell you that much.
Probably
Okay.
not.
So not Shannon. Okay. Who else do you have in mind then that could die? 'Cause-
fat man with mustache, grandma.
So this guy, Nanjo, grandma via Chio. Okay.
Who's the guy in the red shirt?
This guy.
Hideyoshi?
No.
This guy.
Up in.
Old guy.
No, the one that's next to.
This guy.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, that's Kraus.
Okay.
He is the oldest adult sibling. All right.
Probably the girl next to the brat.
Girl next to what?
That guy.
This one?
Oh.
No.
This girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Them.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 2 more.
Let's go with crossword puzzle guy.
Okay, Goda. That's 5.
And let's go with the second on the top row.
Oh, Natsuhi.
Natsuhi?
Nah, one to her left.
You already said him.
Oh, I did.
Yes, you already said him.
Yeah,
Right,
probably the green red shirt.
Then down and right.
This guy, Hideyoshi.
Yeah, them.
Okay, so just for reference, which I'm going to quickly write down on a note stock. New text doc. Night 1 death.
I am exempt since
Yeah,
I have seen spoilers.
you're exempt. So hold on, Tolan. Guesses 1. Nanjo 2. Kumasawa. 3. Kraus 4. Rosa 5. Goda. And 6 was who was the last one? Oh, Hideyoshi.
If I remember right.
Okay. Soundwave.
Natsuhi?
Okay.
Goda?
Rosa.
Rosa?
Natsuhi, go to Rosa. Okay.
Rudolph?
Okay. You got 2 more.
Rosa?
You already said Rosa.
Said Rosa.
I already said Rosa?
Yeah, you said
Okay, two
Natsuhi, Goda, Rosa, Rudolph.
more. Kumasawa Kinzo.
Kumasawa, Kinzo, and you were explicitly in that Shannon must be alive today.
Yes.
Okay. Those are our two guesses, because Velvet and I both know what's going on. At least so. Therefore, we know how right and how wrong you are.
Lovely.
It's that fun level of irony. And you won't even get to find out this episode, because I think this chapter, or like this chapter of the episode ends right as the bodies might be found.
Oh, lovely.
So I'll just keep that on my desktop and we'll find out Friday, I guess? Yeah, I think I like doing it Fridays too, as like a nice ease into the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be available on Friday.
Fine, Saturday, fine. God.
That's a shame. I'm not available on either day.
Well, you haven't taken a voice yet, so.
Uh,
Oh well, nothing lost.
Yeah. Yeah. But okay, but I do like those guesses of yours. Mhm. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. Also, you can't change them now that we've got this. I'm locking them in right now.
All right.
both as a document and on stream.
Yep.
As expected. It doesn't seem it will stop today.
Yeah. See what I mean? Sashina, very interesting predictions they got there.
Mm-hmm.
Tolan, this is you.
Yeah.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama.
Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. In a normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to suffer going straight from midnight shift to a morning shift. It was a special system for just the 2 days of the family conference. But then, as long as the typhoon didn't leave today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it was best to be prepared for the special schedule to be extended one more day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain last night. Even though they had spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, it had only taken one stormy night to ruin it. Kanon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he would undoubtedly have been up for some time already, and now be in the middle of preparing breakfast, both exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took from his pocket a bundle of keys and used it to unlock the front door. There was nothing on Rokkenjima outside the Ushiromiya family mansion, so there never used to be a custom of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered it that it be part of their duties to lock up the mansion from around midnight to early morning. And unlocking in the early morning was to be done by the servants who had the morning shift. Since Goda would begin the preparations for breakfast as soon as he woke up, this task was to be undertaken by Genji and Kanon. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
Well then, let us begin the morning chores.
Yes.
The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains remained closed, the inside of the mansion would be unable to shake off its gloom, as if it hadn't yet managed to escape the previous night. Kanon, following a well-versed procedure, went around the mansion, opening one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, by opening the curtains, it began to feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled he hadn't yet smelled anything. His empty stomach started aching in anticipation of the scent of Goda's much bragged about cooking.
Good morning.
He had tried to greet Goda, who he had thought would be preparing the meal inside the kitchen, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit. Never mind the curtains, the ventilation fan wasn't even spinning. It was still cold in the room, without a hint of flame, and of course, no preparations for breakfast were taking place. Although it must not be allowed to happen often, maybe Godo had overslept? Servants are human too. They can sometimes fail to wake up or something, and be late as a result. In the rare case of that happening, it was the virtue of a servant to casually smooth the situation over so as not to cause an unsightly scene, and to make sure their masters never even noticed that such a mistake happened in the first place. Cannon took up the receiver of the phone fitted into the wall and dialed the extension number for the room where the servant slept. He couldn't even hear the characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it apparently had no effect. Could it be that the lightning last night had caused a mechanical fault and broke the internal telephone lines? The equipment in the mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully...
Equipment?
Yes, the equivalent. Don't you understand? Not keeping up with modern parlance, God. Next thing you know, you tell me you don't watch the NPC streams.
I don't.
Goddamn, man.
I'm an old soul. What can I say? I don't know technology.
Cannon gave up trying to wake him up with the phone and dashed off to the room where the servants slept. How long had she slept until? How long had it been since she had awoken and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was not Sahi's usual morning experience.
Well,
So,
there's my
that's your first
wrong.
guess wrong.
Bwomp.
Out of your 7 guesses, now 6 remain.
8 out of 6 out of
No,
5
you said no, because you also said explicitly Shannon had to be alive, so I'm counting that as one of your guesses. You have 6 guesses out of 7 remaining. Because Tolan never said anyone specifically had to be alive, only that these people were dead.
Uh,
Yeah. Her sleep was always light, and she wouldn't have even been able to sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleeping was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed the tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought it was still night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. While she was inside this room, no one would torment her. Her headache wouldn't get any worse than it already was. This room was her only peaceful space. So when she left, it meant returning to a world of her husband's siblings' problem, probing each other's minds. Then wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? Natsuhi smiled bitterly at this fantasy. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Even though most of the time she would call Kinzo names for staying locked up in his own room and taking no notice of anyone. The truth was that she actually longed to do so herself.
Oh no, she's a tsundere.
I don't think that's quite the term she's meaning,
Yeah.
but okay. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm that Jessica had given Natsuhi.
Oh, I didn't even consider that.
You didn't even consider what? Oh, the magic protection charm?
The magic.
You remember,
Magic.
Battler and Jessica had the magic protection charms, and then Jessica gave it to Natsuhi. So Natsuhi's therefore protected by magic. And Battler would therefore be protected by magic.
Well, Battler probably put it on the door of the room, for Maria.
Maria was asleep, she wouldn't even notice.
There's a reason I didn't guess any of the kids. Yeah, but she's not going to be asleep the entire time. She definitely woke up in the morning.
Mm-hmm. But she also said there were multiple places you could put it in order to get an effect. So,
Yeah, door makes it so nothing bad happens to you at night.
Yeah. Keeping it on you also protects your person. Putting it in your wallet protects your money and blesses you with more money. Yeah, you have the whole Scorpion anti-magic lesson. We have the last VOD.
Yeah.
We even have me pulling out the fucking Greater Key of Solomon to prove its validity as an actual form of magical research. If she remembered correctly.
And
But go on.
can't believe they're coming for Tolan.
Oh god, are the police coming
Don't
after you
worry
again,
about it.
Tolan?
Don't worry about it.
Do we need to
I'll
worry about
lose
the
them.
Russian state coming for you once more?
Nah, not this time. I'll lose them.
If she remembered correctly, Jessica had said something about it having the power to repel magic, and that she should hang it from her doorknob. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from her husband's siblings' malice. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
So perhaps it was thanks to Jessica I was able to get a little peaceful sleep.
Then, Natsuhi remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jessica that I would give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer of her dress and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured ever since she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had once thought were valuable at the time. From amidst these, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it looked much more effective when compared to the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion key holder. She had heard that this mirror was a spiritual mirror to ward off evil spirits, and she'd been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since ancient times that strange power dwells within mirrors. Most likely, the way they reflect light created a belief that they would also deflect misfortune and malice the same way. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room.
Yes?
Good morning, madam. It is Genji. My apologies for waking you so early.
I'm coming now. What is it?
No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, and especially not directly. Maybe something bad had happened. For example, maybe some fatal oversight had been made during preparations for breakfast, and the household would be put to shame in front of the guests or something.
Oh, it's definitely a fatal oversight.
Soda is dead.
Not Goda!
We will be feeding him to the guests.
Natsuhi breathed out
Cowabunga.
slowly, as if getting a head start on the trouble she was surely about to be told of.
Ooh.
When she opened the door, Genji once again said a morning greeting to her while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded.
Good morning. Did something happen?
My apologies. It seems the telephones are out of order due to last night's lightning. The internal lines have gone dead, so please forgive my coming to see you directly.
The internal lines have gone dead. That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to repair it?
I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. I would like to call an expert and have him repair it.
Which means that we will be unable to repair it until the typhoon has passed. In other words, the lines will be out of order for the remainder of our guests' stay. Will there be issues with providing them proper service?
We will do what we can to make sure there are none.
Very well. I will be counting on you to ensure that everything goes smoothly.
Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but a telephone breakdown wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. But then, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuhi gave her head a light shake.
Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well?
I just told you Goda is dead. About that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out.
What did you say?
Natsuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting?
Damn relatives.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a curse.
Natsuhi placed a hand on her forehead and shook her head sharply.
Most likely he is...
That's my babe.
Oh,
Is your name Natsuhi?
it could be.
Most likely he is oversleeping. Anyway, it doesn't matter who does it. Just hurry with preparing breakfast. What?
Natsuhi had exited the hall and turned to a second to close the door to her room. The unpleasant thing that she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unsettling sight, as if someone had dipped their fingers in a dark red liquid and clawed at the area around the doorknob. As though someone had soaked both of their heads in blood and groped at the door and the knob. Like someone had wanted to stage something like that and left this mark as an awful prank.
Spooky. What wicked mischief is this? How awful!
I also noticed as I came to call you. I will clean it later.
But most likely. A vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting.
Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsuhi had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. On the contrary, it would definitely be better for her to say she hadn't even noticed such a prank had been played in the first place. Natsuhi gave the order to have it clean and headed off to the parlor, clacking her heels. With her clacking heels. That's 2 more marked off. Hideyoshi is alive.
And Ava.
I never said Ava.
No, but Tolan did say Hideyoshi would be dead, so he's wrong. And that I'm saying 2 because that's 2 people alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
When Natsuhi and Genji arrived at the parlor, Ava and Hideyoshi were already there.
Oh, my goodness. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Natsuhi-san. I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too, isn't that right? My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up.
Yes, food is about the only thing worth looking forward to here, isn't it? You too, Ava-san? I'm pleased to hear that you are all well this morning.
Natsuhi returned Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive, even though it was early in the morning, with such a weary expression. Then Canon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he approached Genji and told him something in a small voice.
Canon, have you still not found Goda?
My apologies, madam. I went all around the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but still.
Where in the world has he gone? For now, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda. Quickly, take care of it.
Yes.
Canon glanced at Genji. It looked like he had something else to report, but needed to ask Genji whether he was the right person to say it. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. God damn it, I really liked voicing him.
My husband?
Yes. I thought I would report to him before you talking. I thought I would report to him before you about the lack of preparations for breakfast and visited his room. But I did not find him there. Furthermore, it was not only he who was missing. Rudolph-sama and his wife, as well as Rosa-sama, are nowhere to be found.
Hold on, I'm marking out the hold on, you said what?
Not even in the guest house, and not in the mansion.
Yes. Nor are they in their rooms in the guest house.
When she had heard Goda alone was missing, she had thought he might have overslept or was loafing around somewhere. But once she had heard that several relatives were also missing, she began to start thinking a little more optimistically. Yeah, I'll think a little more. Okay. Last night family conference might have continued all night, and in fact might still be going on. It would then be imaginable that they had wanted to cool their heads off after being in that stuffy room, and had gone off as a group walk through the rain. The part about cooling off their heads sounded something like Kraus would like to say. Probably Goda had been called to go with them to aid with something. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to have understood that if he did not return, the preparations for breakfast would be hindered. So, perhaps as much as he'd like to leave, the atmosphere would not permit him to, and the conference was continuing in that manner at this very moment. Yes, Natsuhi thought this to be an extremely persuasive theory.
There's a problem with that.
Mm-hmm. Natsuhi remembered the illusion that she had felt the morning because of being sucked into a continuation of the previous night. And upon learning that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again let out a deep, weary breath. Because of the banquet of the filthy vultures circling around Kinza's property was still continuing.
Most likely, they are still repeating that same discussion about the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. In any case, we must call Goda back, or we will never be able to complete the preparations for breakfast.
So what you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? She had thought she had spoken in a small voice, but Hideyoshi had overheard her, and managed to grasp the situation.
Nissan and Rudolph for sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. The two of us were so tired that we just had to go back to bed just after midnight. I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men sure are nasty when they get excited.
Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank.
Kanon, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparations for breakfast.
Certainly.
Natsuhine-san, they aren't necessarily outside, right? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study?
Sure, I could see that. I don't know what business they've been discussing, but there's also a decent chance they moved into Father's study and included him in the discussion.
I cannot imagine that Father would willingly invite the detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well, then there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? I'm sure it wouldn't be odd for Nissan to propose that they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather. I will go to Father's study. After all, there's still some chance they'll be there, isn't there? Eva-san, a guest such as you mustn't trouble herself. I will go. I can also tell him good morning. Really? Then I'm counting on you, all right. But I somehow doubt whether he will return your greeting. Natsuhine-san, were you on good terms with Father? I don't know whether it would be called good terms, but I am certain that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor of the Ushiromiya family. Then I'm sure that he will at least answer you, won't he? I want to at least eat breakfast with Father. I wonder if you could convince him to come down and join us. It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure if his trusted Natsuhi asks, he will surely listen. If you can't convince Father after speaking to me so sharply, and have to come down by yourself, I doubt you'll ever again be able to say that you have gained his trust, will you? I am not confident, but I will try.
Natsuhi responded, discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Ava herself was treating it like a joke, expecting that it couldn't be done. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up and said it was impossible for her and let Ava go instead. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand causes Natsuhi's tightly clenched fists to shake. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
Madam, if you would, please take this.
Is that?
Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling golden key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study would always lock itself and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door may not reach his ears. And when persuading the master to leave his room, it would be more difficult if you must talk through the door. Please, use it.
Genji.
Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who worked directly under Kinzo and would never work for her. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her feelings of thanks, but by then, Genji had already turned her back on her, his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Canon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words that reached her from behind were sneering.
Be sure you bring father with you then, okay? After all, it's his son's darling wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We are guests, so let us leisurely relax here.
Ava, you're talking too much. Sorry, Natsuhi-ne-san. We'll have to leave father to you. Natsuhi left without replying, at a swift pace, her heels clacking loudly with every step. That is good timing, because we're like 2 minutes away from an ad, and I cannot delay it any longer.
That's very
God damn it.
Alright, I'm going to...
Give a small break.
Yeah, give us a small break.
4.5 hours in.
Yeah,
We could seriously consider stopping here.
yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
Yeah.
Like, we might have to run like a
Yeah.
quick minute ad just to like be able to say goodbye and start the raid, but beyond that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll do a quick minute ad break, and then we'll say goodbye and wrap things up.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why.
'Cause
That's also why I was
thought
asking if you all
gonna
were okay.
Be able to hold on, but my neck is saying otherwise.
Yeah. All right. We'll be back in a minute. And then. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back in a sec too.
Jesus.
Advertisements.
Yeah. And breaks.
Ooh.
So just wondering, are you available on Sunday?
Sundays, yes.
Okay.
It's literally just what is it called? Friday and Saturday, because I work a 4 to midnight shift.
Oh, that's always fun.
It actually is.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Mainly, I'm probably just seeing it from my perspective when I should be considering it from yours.
Because I am awake anyways, and money.
All right. Ad's just about over. Let's give it a sec, and then we can say goodbye.
All right.
But okay, I hit.
So
One sec.
Yuma is streaming.
Yeah, that's who I was eyeing up. One sec, but I need to check something.
Yuma.
So-
Yuma.
That's not what I didn't want the menu. I wanted. Yeah. There we go. I think we are back. It says we are back, but it also says ad starting soon, so I think it's broken. Let me quickly refresh that. Okay. But of your current guesses so far before we leave, Tolan guessed Nanjo, Kumasawa, Kraus, Rosa, Goda, and Hideyoshi. Of those, we have 3 people confirmed missing. Hideyoshi is confirmed alive, and 2 unknowns. What the fuck?
What?
But
The ad in progress only just started. What?
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 there's no ads for me.
It's saying ad break in progress on my end. What?
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 Twitch, why is this so stupid?
God, it's almost as bad as when we lost 4 hours of progress last stream.
Yeah.
Whack.
Huh.
Huh? I don't know what's up with Twitch right now.
I mean, it seems that chat's not saying ads.
Okay,
so-
I was sending that through in chat just in case it was, but I don't know what's going on with it. But
Yeah.
okay, for the moment, let's quickly switch over to the desktop then, just tally up how things are going so far
Alright.
before we switch over to thing. So
You should probably do
I'm
on
doing that
Discord,
right
too.
now. Give me literally a sec while I'm working.
1.
So what we've got right now, of the characters you've all guessed, all right there. You are currently tied for people confirmed dead and people failed, like confirmed not alive. So we've got, what was it, Nanjo Kumasawa, and he are not confirmed either way. Kraus, Furosa, and Goda are confirmed missing, so Tolan has 3 right now. And Hideyoshi was
Alright.
confirmed alive, so that's 1 bad for you. Soundwave guessed Natsuhi would be dead, who is very much alive. But also Goda, Rosa, and Rudolph are confirmed missing right now. Since you two... Alright, so you two were tied there. But Soundwave, since Soundwave also has a 7th person he guessed as like confirmed force must be alive, he can either win extremely well or lose a lot harder than against you, Tolan.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we will
All
see.
I'm saying is I've seen the poem.
Yep. You've seen the poem. We'll see about that. But in any case, that's fairly good tie right at the moment. We've got some people missing, but we don't know the full lineup yet, and that seems like a good place to end it. So, thanks everyone for stopping by and watching our little live dub. I think we will... You said you were busy Friday?
Yep.
Okay. Then...
And Saturday.
Yeah, so... Well, thanks for taking over Canon for us for a bit, but it looks like we will be continuing again Saturday at 8 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll be back then. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping. I hope you enjoyed the stream, Seisha. Tolan! Tolan!
Go fuck yourself.
Don't you dare give me a push-up as I try to leave.
Fuck yourself.
What? There. Fine. Asshole. Bastard. Prick. Let's start a raid for... I know Yuma's live, but is there anyone else also I can raid? Who might be smaller? No. Alright. Looks like we'll hit up Yuma with a... raid message. I need a raid message.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
We already
No,
used
that
that as
was
our
our-
last stream name.
Yeah.
Man, same brain cell.
I could hit them with the witches, am I right? But,
What is... I had one earlier and then I completely lost it. Oh, I'm gonna Bojangles you.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Hydrate before... Okay, that's a redeem I'll accept. Bojangles raid then.
Bojangles.
Alright. That's it. We've got a raid target. We've got our next stream planned. I might do another stream tomorrow with Tolan and a few other people, maybe. We don't know what yet.
Well-
Maybe Left 4 Dead, but I'll need to check out how that's panning out. If not, I'll come up with something tomorrow. We'll find out. But I should stream somewhere
There's-
around 8 or 9 Central again tomorrow. Any case,
Right.
thanks for stopping by. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Catch you later.
Uh,
Bye, folks.